Chapter 391. The Qian Emperor Palace has reappeared. Chu Kuangren took out the jade amulet that he got from Yuan Wudao. The jade amulet was glowing faintly. Chu Kuangren looked into the distance, knowing that the Qian Emperor Palace had reappeared. The unknown lands must have made their move long ago. Looks like I'll have to join in the fun as well. Chu Kuangren held the jade amulet in his hand and said. Before he left, he called Elder Rian over. Rian, I've set up a large formation in the Black Heaven sect. I'll pass you the method to activate it. If anyone from the Black Heaven sect comes to invade and you guys can't handle it, just activate it, Chu Kuangren said. He did not want his home to be invaded while he was away. Elder Rian nodded. All right, she was quite surprised. This sect leader knows how to set up formations? However, Chu Kuangren knew quite a few things. Now that he knew how to set up a formation, it was not something that Elder Rian could not accept. However, the Black Heaven sect already had a mountain guarding formation, and it was an extremely rare sage-grade formation. Could the formation that Chu Kuangren had set up be more powerful than a sage-grade formation? Elder Rian was doubtful. Chu Kuangren passed the method to activate the formation to Elder Rian. After some thought, he said, "How about this? I'll demonstrate it to you first." Chu Kuangren took out a stone tablet that was carved with celestial chalcedony. It was as clear as jade, and it was the key to activate the formation. There were markings on the stone tablet. They were the major nodes of the astonishing cloud of seas formation. He channeled his spiritual thoughts into the stone tablet. Soon, the nodes of the astonishing cloud of seas formation lit up, and the entire Black Heaven sect shook. Clouds and mist appeared out of thin air and enveloped the entire Black Heaven sect. Countless Taoist rhymes circulated like a soaring dragon in the sea of clouds. Elder Rian was a little dumbfounded. Just by looking at it, she could already tell that this formation was extraordinary. Through the stone tablet, she could see some of the stages of the astonishing cloud of seas formation. It was either a trap or a kill. It was extremely mysterious. This formation was not as simple as a sage-grade formation. Was this really set up by the sect leader? It was too powerful. With this formation, the Black Heaven sect will be even more secure. Elder Rian said excitedly. Others might not know, but she had been helping Chu Kuangren with the sect's internal affairs, so she knew quite a lot about the unknown lands. She knew very well what kind of situation Chu Kuangren and the Black Heaven sect were in, and with the help of this formation, she felt much more at ease. I'll leave the array to you. I'll leave first. Take care, Sect Master. In a flash, Chu Kuangren's figure turned into a stream of light and left. At this time, there was a sea of people outside the glorious Qian Imperial Palace. Surrounding the Qian Imperial Palace was a mysterious sealing power that enveloped the entire Qian Imperial Palace like a large net. But at this moment, the net was collapsing on its own. This sealing power should have been left behind by the Qian Emperor. The Qian Emperor must have calculated this timing to allow the Imperial Palace to appear. As such, this sealing power would naturally be useless. A saint said, "This person came from the unknown lands." He looked at the Arch Palace with a fanatical look in his eyes. An emperor's opportunity of fortune. This can be said to be the greatest and most unimaginable opportunity of fortune in the recent 150,000 years. Whoever obtains the Arch Palace will definitely have a meteoric rise. The sealing net gradually disappeared. The moment the net disappeared, a few sages flew towards the Imperial Palace, but they were repelled by an invisible barrier. What's going on? Didn't the sealing power disappear? The sages were a little surprised. At this time, a few golden words appeared in the void. Anyone below the sage level can enter. What does this mean? Sages can't enter? What kind of stupid rule is this? F***CK. Are we going to come here for nothing? Some of the sages were very unwilling. They had been sages for many years, and now they were looking forward to becoming emperors. Although they knew that the emperor's opportunity of fortune was not in their generation. How could they give it up so easily when the unprecedented emperor's opportunity of fortune was right in front of them? I don't care. I must obtain this emperor's opportunity of fortune. One of the sages said unwillingly. His body surged with powerful sage Taoist rhymes as he charged towards the Qian Imperial Palace. However, the harder he tried, the stronger the invisible barrier became. It violently repelled him and smashed him onto the ground. That scene left everyone speechless. To many, a sage was already the pinnacle of powerhouses. However, a barrier left behind by an emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was enough to make a sage suffer. An emperor was truly unimaginable. It's useless. The Qian Imperial Palace's intention is very clear. His inheritance will only be left for future generations of Sky Prides. One of the sages said faintly. He then looked at the Sky Prides from various major forces with a hint of envy in his eyes. They could only say that they were born in the wrong era. Shuizheng, you must be careful when you enter the Imperial Palace this time. You must take good care of that jade amulet. It will be very useful in the Imperial Palace, the ethereal rapture sage reminded Shuizheng. Yes. Shuizheng nodded solemnly. The other forces were also giving their Sky Prides their advice. In Acheron Manor's camp. Wu Dao, although you lost your jade amulet, the Imperial Palace's opportunity of fortune is still here. Once you're inside, act according to the situation. Remember, don't act impulsively again, Black Willow's sage said to Yuan Wu Dao. Yes, Yuan Wu Dao nodded. His current state was a little strange. Chu Kuangren had chopped off one of his arms in the demonic hoarder forefather's secret realm, but now he had a new arm. However, his new arm was wrapped in bandages and emanated an ominous aura. The group of Sky Prides entered the Qian Imperial Palace one after another. Among them, the Empyrean Walkers were the most eye-catching. To many, the biggest opportunity of fortune in the Imperial Palace would most likely be obtained by one of the Empyrean Walkers. After all, no matter how powerful the Sky Pride from the other orthodoxies were, they could at most fight against honorables and supreme honorables. However, these Empyrean Walkers could fight against sages. They were no longer Sky Prides of the same level. The reappearance of the Qian Imperial Palace proves that our previous guess is correct. The emperors have indeed left behind all kinds of opportunities of fortune. Some of the unknown lands sages gathered together. One of the sages said. The other sages' eyes lit up when they heard that. Looks like the act of burning the books and hiding the emperors was not in vain. Now that we're the only ones who have the records of the emperors, it'll be a great help in the fight for the emperor's opportunity of fortune in the future. That's right. Now it all depends on the Sky Pride's luck. The biggest opportunity of fortune in the Qian Imperial Palace belongs to the Heavenly Golden Palace. Suddenly, a voice rang out. An old man walked over with a majestic gait. The Empyrean Walkers of the Heavenly Golden Palace aren't weak, but our Empyrean Walkers aren't to be trifled with. Oh, are you that confident, Purple Void Sage? If the Heavenly Golden Imperial physique fails in the Imperial Palace, don't turn on me. The sages looked displeased when they saw the old man. Let's wait and see. Purple Void Sage's face was filled with pride. He had great confidence in Shaolintian. Below the level of sages, there were not many Empyrean Walkers who could stand up to him. Look at him. At this moment, there was a commotion from the crowd. Outside the Imperial Palace, a person was walking through the air. He was dressed in a wide-sleeved white robe, with a beautiful ancient sword hanging from his waist. He had a celestial appearance and a charming demeanor. Many of the sages narrowed their eyes when they saw this person. Chapter 392. Chu Kuangren stepped through the air and arrived. He was dressed in a wide-sleeved white robe, and his black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The pupils of everyone couldn't help but constrict when they saw him. Chu Kuangren is here. Damn it, this Qian Imperial Palace. He also wants to join the fun. If he goes in, what chance does the others have? Play my ass. There's no way to play. Everyone discussed in low voices. To everyone, Chu Kuangren was no longer on the same level as the other Sky Prides. There was no comparison between the two of them. If he were to enter the Imperial Palace, he would be able to sweep everyone. D*M in it. We must not let him in. Otherwise, with Chu Kuangren's abilities, this Emperor's opportunity of fortune might very well be taken by him. The saints of the unknown lands looked at each other. One of the sages stood in front of Chu Kuangren and smiled. I didn't expect Brother Chu to join the fun. Chu Kuangren glared at him. Get out of my way. The sage still had no intention of giving way. He only smiled and said, Brother Chu, you're in charge of an orthodoxy, and you're the sect master of an orthodoxy. It's not very nice for you to fight with a bunch of juniors. Junior? Heh, I have to hand it to you. You're a sage, but you don't even think before you speak. Come to think of it, I'm of the same generation as them. Of course, my status is higher than theirs, but my age is about the same. Chu Kuangren sneered. When they were beating him up, they didn't remember that he was a junior. Now that they were stopping him from entering the Emperor Palace, they remembered it. Chu Kuangren, are you really going in? The opportunity is right in front of me. It would be a waste not to take it. Whoosh, 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 one by one, the sages rushed over and blocked Chu Kuangren's way. It was obvious that they did not want him to enter the Imperial Palace. Heh, I told you guys that you guys are shameless, but you guys have really thrown away your pride. Chu Kuangren chuckled. In any case, I can't let you enter the Qian Imperial Palace. Do you think you can stop me? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Taking a step forward, a terrifying Taoist rhyme swept out in all directions. Raising a hand, boundless spiritual energy gathered, and a vast Buddhist light manifested. The 1,000-jong-tall ancient Buddha struck out with a palm. His first move was an emperor method. Facing this powerful attack, a saint's expression changed slightly, and he also punched out, but he was sent flying by this palm. F***CK. Why does it seem like this guy's strength has increased again? The sage's expression changed slightly. Just one palm attack from Chu Kuangren, and he could already feel his arm going numb. Chu Kuangren's strength was a little too terrifying. Don't tell me this guy is preparing to undergo the heavenly tribulation. I remember that it hasn't been long since he broke through to the utmost exalt realm. To think that he's going through his tribulation so soon. Isn't his rate of improvement a little too fast? If he were to become a saint, wouldn't that be disastrous? The surrounding sages were discussing. Chu Kuangren did not care. He looked around at the sages surrounding him and activated the eye of revelation to see through their identities and cultivation levels. They were all people from the unknown lands. Only they would think of stopping Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren was the biggest obstacle in their orthodoxy's fight for the emperor's opportunity. A sincere suggestion. Let's go together, Chu Kuangren said as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The sages looked at each other. I don't think any of you can stop him. Why don't you come at him together? There's no need to care about face at this time, Black Willow Saint from Acheron Manor said. Hearing his words, the rest of the sages also nodded. Indeed, even a great sage would not be able to easily stop an opponent of Chu Kuangren's level. If they wanted to stop him from entering the Imperial Palace, they would have to go at him together. I can't believe that at such an old age, I have to join a bunch of sages to stop a junior, one of the sages said with a bitter smile. The others felt helpless too. The Qian Imperial Palace was originally prepared for the Sky Prides, so it was reasonable for them to enter and fight for it. However, Chu Kuangren was different. His strength was too strong and terrifying. If he entered, the other Sky Prides would not stand a chance. Hence, the sages had no choice but to join forces to stop him. Let's go. Black Willow Saint was the first to attack. He unleashed a palm attack, and his spiritual power surged to form a black skull. The air was suddenly filled with a deathly chill. Finger of Despair. A sage from the Sacred Palace of Death also attacked. His finger attack was an emperor technique. The rest of the sages followed suit. Chu Kuangren unsheathed his descendant self-sword and activated his three great Taoist physiques. His ferocious qi, battle intent, and transcendental might erupted. A dazzling sword ray tore through the sky and earth. Several surges of energy collided. The violent energy formed a horrifying shockwave that spread. The shockwave hit everyone, and even Chu Kuangren was pushed back a few meters. Suddenly, he looked up into the sky. He saw a huge seal of mountains and rivers descending from the sky. That seal contained an incomparably majestic earth chi. It was the immovable manners emperor technique, the seal of mountains and rivers. Suppress him. High up in the sky, an old man roared. Chu Kuangren's ferocious chi swirled around his body and formed into a huge black avatar. Waves of battle roars echoed in the sky. The divine, ferocious avatar smashed its fists into the sky. Terrifying, ferocious chi surged out like a tidal wave, shaking the void. With a loud explosion, the seal of mountains and rivers was shattered. However, the other sages had already unleashed their attacks. Chu Kuangren controlled the divine, ferocious avatar and continuously waved its fists in the air, unleashing surges of fist energies in all directions. The void exploded as all sorts of Taoist rhymes intertwined and collided. In the end, the divine, ferocious avatar could no longer withstand the sage's attacks and shattered. Chu Kuangren himself was once again pushed back. Chu Kuangren's figure turned into a stream of light and dashed towards the imperial palace. Dream on. You want to break through our seal? Dream on. A few sages snorted and stopped Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren's speed was fast, but there were many sages who were proficient in speed as well, so they were not any slower than him. Boom, boom. Sounds of explosions could be heard in the void. Chu Kuangren continued to wander in the void as if he was trying to find a way to enter the imperial palace. Unfortunately, the unknown land's sage's defense was impenetrable. They did not give Chu Kuangren the chance to do so. After a series of intense battles, Chu Kuangren still could not break through. It's too difficult. There are more than 10 sages here, and some of them are even great sages. The rest are almost at the great sage level. It won't be easy for Chu Kuangren to break through their seal. That's right. Who else can break through unless they're a sage ruler? It's rare to see more than 10 sages teaming up against a sage. Chu Kuangren, you're amazing. I'm afraid the opportunity of fortune in the imperial palace doesn't belong to Chu Kuangren anymore. What a shame. If he could enter the imperial palace, the other sky prides, including the Empyrean walkers from the unknown lands, wouldn't stand a chance. The battle continued in the void. Chu Kuangren was surrounded by more than 10 sages, and he could not break through and enter the Qian Imperial Palace for a long time. Chu Kuangren, even you can't break through our seal and enter the Qian Imperial Palace. Just give up. One of the ethereal raptures sages laughed. Chapter 393. The ethereal rapture sage had a terrible impression of Chu Kuangren. Back then, he had taken away so many exquisite tier chalcedonies and even celestial cores that they could not wait to devour. The ethereal rapture sage was elated to see Chu Kuangren suffer. However, he was soon disappointed. That was because even in such a situation, he did not see the slightest hint of annoyance or displeasure on Chu Kuangren's face. That flawless face of his had always been calm. If one were to look closely, one could even see that the corner of Chu Kuangren's mouth was curled up into a nonchalant smile. This be asterisk starred. The ethereal rapture sage was soon in a bad mood. Not only him, but the other sages also felt like they had punched a pile of cotton. They could not even feel the slightest bit of force. They clearly had the upper hand and successfully stopped Chu Kuangren from entering the imperial palace. But why did they feel like they were the ones at a disadvantage? When they looked at the surrounding cultivators' strange gazes, that feeling of frustration became even more obvious. They seemed to have understood something from the crowd's gazes. A dozen sages ganged up on a junior, yet they still had the gall to be proud. A dozen sages ganged up on a junior, yet they could not even hurt a hair on him. How could they call themselves sages? It doesn't matter. As long as we can stop Chu Kuangren from entering the imperial palace, we don't have to worry about anything else. Black Willow Sage said. As a demonic orthodoxy sage, his skin was much thicker than the other sages. He did not feel guilty at all about joining forces with the other sages to attack Chu Kuangren. Hey, didn't you guys notice anything? Chu Kuangren suddenly said. Hearing his words, everyone frowned. They did not know what he meant by that. Chu Kuangren shook his head when he saw their puzzled expressions. Then he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a strange fluctuation appeared in the void. This fluctuation caused the sages present to be alarmed as they looked around cautiously. What's going on? Why is there such a fluctuation? Suddenly, lines of mysterious runes appeared in the void. Some looked like swords, some looked like flames, and some looked like beasts. All kinds of runes glowed brilliantly, looking extremely mysterious. That scene shocked all the sages present. Runes, why are there so many runes? This guy, when did he carve these symbols? Bastard, how did he do it? The sages exclaimed in shock. They never knew that Chu Kuangren knew runic techniques. Speaking of which, how did this fellow know the rune Dao? The sages were puzzled. The hundreds of thousands of onlookers were even more confused. Everyone, enjoy this hodgepodge of runes. Chu Kuangren smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the various runes engraved in the void suddenly exploded, and all kinds of energy rushed towards the sages. The power of fire, the power of ice, the power of sword, the power of gravity. For a moment, the entire sky was overflowing with colorful lights, gorgeous and dazzling. The sages did not know that Chu Kuangren also knew runic Dao, so they were caught off guard and had to deal with the various runes in a flurry. Goodbye. Chu Kuangren did not continue to fight with these sages. Instead, he took this opportunity to fly towards the imperial palace. Dream on. The sacred palace of deaths, sage roared and pointed a finger at Chu Kuangren's back. A horrifying amount of death chi converged and turned into a terrifying finger strength. Finger of despair. However, Chu Kuangren dashed towards the imperial palace without looking back. Just when that finger strength was about to hit Chu Kuangren, a golden rune appeared in the air and turned into a golden light barrier. With a loud explosion, the finger strength shattered the light barrier, but it also dissipated. It could not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. The ***. The sacred palace of death's sage cursed. This *** has even set up a route to enter the imperial palace. He even set up runes along the way to prevent others from pursuing him. ***. How does he know runic Dao? Runic Dao was very mysterious. There were only a few cultivators in the entire firmament star who could cultivate runic Dao to a high level. How could Chu Kuangren have such a high level of runic Dao at such a young age? The crowd was puzzled. However, they could only watch as Chu Kuangren entered the imperial palace. What are the Sky Prides going to do now? The sages looked at each other. Compared to Chu Kuangren, the Sky Prides in the imperial palace were like a flock of sheep. Now that they were like a tiger in a flock of sheep, who could stop them? Is this really fate? Is Chu Kuangren destined to become an emperor in this era? The Qian Imperial Palace. As the residence of an ancient emperor, this place had always been sealed in the void until today. Hence, the place did not look too shabby. On the contrary, it looked extremely glorious and majestic. Upon arriving at the Imperial Palace, Chu Kuangren immediately activated his treasure locating skill. All kinds of treasures and information were fed back to him. However, he frowned slightly. There are quite a lot of treasures, but most of them are sage-grade treasures. Compared to the serpent deity's collection, these things are not that valuable. They're not that useful to me either. Are there no emperor-grade treasures here? Chu Kuangren thought. An emperor-grade treasure was what he wanted the most. He then used his treasure locating skill to search for a while, but he still could not find any trace of an emperor-grade treasure. Vaguely, his treasure locating skills senses touched a strange barrier and was bounced back. He looked towards the center of the Imperial Palace. Oh, is it over there? After pondering for a while, Chu Kuangren began to move. The barrier that he sensed was actually a layer of sealing energy. Perhaps it was not the right time yet, so the sealed area had not appeared yet. Let's loot the other treasures first. Chu Kuangren thought to himself. Although these sage-grade treasures were not very useful to Chu Kuangren, they were still valuable cultivation resources. They would still be very useful to the Black Heaven sect. Inside the Qian Imperial Palace, a group of Sky Prides was gathered in a medicinal field. There were many supreme elixirs growing in this medicinal field. Even sage-grade supreme elixirs, which were extremely rare in the outside world, could be found here. Not to mention the other treasures in the Imperial Palace. Just this medicinal field alone was enough to make 99% of the orthodoxies in Firmament Star go crazy. The Sky Prides at the scene stared at the supreme elixirs with fiery eyes. However, most of the Sky Prides did not dare to act rashly. That was because there were more than 10 Empyrean walkers gathered in the middle of the medicinal field. Just by standing there, they were enough to intimidate the crowd. What do you guys think about how we should distribute these supreme elixirs? Shuezheng of the Ethereal Rapture asked. How else can we distribute them? Whoever has the biggest fist will get the most. Xiao Lintian of the Heavenly Golden Palace sneered. Among the Sky Prides present, he was the strongest. Therefore, he was the most confident. Brother Xiao, you're very courageous indeed. However, can you single-handedly take on all of us? Ling Xiao said calmly. As soon as he said that, the other Empyrean walkers looked at Xiao Lintian with hostility. Xiao Lintian frowned and snorted coldly. Bullying the weak with numbers? Is this how you do things? Ling Xiao said. This is called joining forces to attack the strong. Xiao Lintian snorted, although he was not afraid of anyone at the scene in a one-on-one fight. However, it was still a difficult task to deal with so many Empyrean walkers at the same time. Chapter 394. Ling Zhao's alliance forced Xiao Lintian to give in. The group of Empyrean walkers began to discuss the ownership of the herb farm. However, no one was satisfied with the outcome, even after a long debate. The herb farm was too valuable. No one was willing to let it go so easily. I've already said that I want half of it. You guys can split the rest. Otherwise, I'll fight you all at once. I don't know who's going to lose then. Xiao Lintian said domineeringly. The rest of the Empyrean walkers looked troubled when they heard that. Half is too much. I'm the strongest here, so I should get the most. Xiao Lintian said. His words caused everyone to be speechless. The strongest would obtain the most. There wasn't any problem with these words. Oh, so the strongest should get the most. At that moment, an indifferent voice drifted into everyone's ears. Of course, Xiao Lintian did not notice anything and subconsciously replied. However, his expression suddenly stiffened in the next instant. The other Empyrean walkers' expressions changed too. Cries of surprise rose and fell from the crowd as they looked behind them. A peerless young man in a white robe had arrived at the herb farm and was standing behind everyone. Chu Quangren. Ling Xiao called out that person's name with a serious expression. The other Empyrean walkers also looked grim and bitter. Why is this guy here too? The sages from the outside world let him in just like that? Competing with him for the opportunity of fortune? They think too highly of us. The Empyrean walkers smiled bitterly, especially Xiao Lintian. His expression kept changing, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Chu Quangren had left a huge psychological scar on him during the battle at the Empyrean Peak. He, the heavenly golden imperial physique, was defeated by Chu Quangren in one move. He still could not believe it. Chu Quangren slowly walked towards the crowd of Empyrean walkers. The crowd consciously opened up a path for him. Everyone looked at that white robe with a complicated gaze. There was fear, yearning, and fanatical worship. However, most of them felt helpless. Were we fighting for now that he's here? Forget it. Let's just treat it as a vacation. This is too sad. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Quangren slowly walked to the front of the herb field and smiled. I think it makes sense that whoever is the strongest will get the most. Hence, I shall take all of this herb field. After that, he raised his hand to activate the interspatial ring in his hand. Large amounts of precious medicines were collected by him. The Empyrean walkers' expressions changed at that sight. One of them could not help but yell, Chu Quangren, don't cross the line. However, Chu Quangren completely ignored him. The Empyrean walker's expression darkened when he realized that he was being ignored. He then dashed towards Chu Quangren in an attempt to stop him. However, Chu Quangren gently waved his hand. A surge of Taoist rhymes suddenly erupted, gathering the energy of the earth and transforming it into a divine mountain that smashed onto the body of the World Walker. Despite being an Empyrean Walker, he did not stand a chance against Chu Kuangren's attack and was sent flying on the spot. Chu Kuangren, do you really want to monopolize this herb farm? Don't go too far. Xiao Lintian couldn't help but question. Chu Kuangren looked at him and said, "Didn't you say that whoever is the strongest will get the most? Why? Do you have a problem with that?" You. Xiao Lintian choked on his words and was speechless. Yes, he was the one who said that. It was not a problem for whoever was the strongest to get the most. However, Chu Kuangren had King taken away all the precious medicines. Ling Xiao, let's attack together. Xiao Lintian secretly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao and the others. He signaled him with his eyes. It's time for you to unleash your strategy of teaming up. However, Ling Xiao silently took a step back. Teaming up? That would only work if there was a chance of winning. With just a few of us, how can we fight against Chu Kuangren? I'm afraid we'll be taken out in one go. The M in it. Xiao Lintian could not help but curse when he saw Ling Xiao retreating. He stared at Chu Kuangren with dissatisfaction in his eyes. He looked at the others. However, none of them were willing to step forward. They were well aware of Chu Kuangren's strength, and some of them who had not fought him before could guess his strength after witnessing Ling Xiao and the others' reactions. Hence, they did not dare to step forward. What? Do you want to fight? Chu Kuangren said playfully. The M in it. Chu Kuangren, don't be too arrogant. Xiao Lintian said coldly, feeling extremely frustrated. He had always been the one being arrogant, but ever since he met Chu Kuangren, he had been humiliated time and time again. Initially, it was others who said the same thing to him, but now he was using it to criticize others. That feeling made him extremely dissatisfied. Get to the point. Are you going to fight or not? Chu Kuangren's gaze turned cold as he yelled. His battle intent soared as he yelled. All the Empyrean walkers at the scene were shocked and took a few steps back. Xiao Lintian could not help but shudder. Being stared at by Chu Kuangren, Xiao Lintian felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. No, we're not fighting, Xiao Lintian gritted his teeth and said with a slightly trembling voice. The other Empyrean walkers looked at Xiao Lintian with pity. He was the heavenly golden imperial physique, one of the strongest among the Empyrean walkers. However, he did not even have the courage to fight Chu Kuangren. That was just too ironic. If you don't want to fight, then what are you talking about? Chu Kuangren curled his lips and retracted his battle intent. Being said like this by him, Xiao Lintian could not refute a single word. Ling Xiao and the others felt even more pity for him. Sigh, you know you can't afford to offend Chu Kuangren, but you still insist on provoking him. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Tiske, the almighty heavenly golden imperial physique, is just short of being pointed at and scolded, yet you don't even dare to move. Who would believe you? The crowd of Empyrean walkers was amazed. Soon, Chu Kuangren stored all the supreme elixirs into his yin and yang ring and took them away. Farewell, everyone. Before he left, Chu Kuangren even bid farewell to the crowd. The crowd forced a smile on their faces. The M in it. Farewell, my SS. It's best if we don't meet again. After parting ways with Chu Kuangren, the crowd continued to explore the imperial palace. As the residence of an emperor, the emperor seemed to have intentionally left behind many opportunities of fortune here. Soon, the crowd found a new opportunity of fortune. It was a gigantic stone tablet. On the stone tablet, mysterious patterns were engraved that interweaved into a picture. In the picture, there was a person howling at the sky and swinging his fist. A terrifying Taoist rhyme circulated within it. There were also a few lines of small words on the stone tablet. Strike the stone tablet with the technique in the tablet to obtain the opportunity of fortune. The crowd's eyes lit up when they saw that. The meaning of this stone stele is for us to comprehend the cultivation technique recorded within it. Then, we can use this cultivation technique to obtain the opportunities within the stone stele. The technique recorded on the stone tablet seems to be some kind of fist technique. Fist techniques are my forte. This opportunity of fortune is mine. Umph. It's still unknown who will understand it first. The crowd sat in front of the stone tablet and began to understand it. Then they realized that the cultivation technique recorded on the stone tablet was very mysterious. It was even more obscure than most sage ruler techniques. I'm afraid this is a boundary emperor technique. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Yes, it is indeed a boundary emperor technique." At that moment, a voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. His face froze when he heard that voice, and he turned around helplessly. "Brother Chu, why are you here again?" Chapter 395. Brother Chu, why are you here again? It was none other than Chu Kuangren. He saw many people gathered in front of this stone tablet, so he came over out of curiosity. He also saw the small words on the stone tablet. With his understanding of Taoist techniques, he could tell at a glance that the stone tablet recorded a mysterious boundary emperor technique that was related to Fist Dao. He did not care about a boundary emperor technique. He had a few emperor techniques himself. However, he was quite interested in the opportunity of fortune in this stone tablet. Hence, he walked past the crowd and began to comprehend it. Everyone was surprised to see him, but they soon ignored him and began to comprehend the cultivation technique on the stone tablet. This opportunity of fortune was a test of one's comprehension, not their combat strength. What was there to be afraid of? They were all sky prides, and they were confident in their comprehension. They did not believe that their combat strength would lose to Chu Kuangren. Would they lose to him in terms of comprehension? Especially Xiao Lintian. He stared at the cultivation technique on the stone tablet with a proud look in his eyes. I cultivate Fist Dao, and this stone tablet also records a fist technique. With my comprehension, I'll be able to quickly comprehend it. Chu Kuangren, my combat strength may not be as strong as yours, but this opportunity of fortune is mine. I'll make sure you suffer once. Xiao Lintian could not help but laugh at the thought of Chu Kuangren being defeated. He could not wait to start comprehending the technique on the stone tablet. It was indeed a boundary emperor technique. However, with my abilities, I'll be able to comprehend it within 3 days. Xiao Lintian chuckled. Comprehending a boundary emperor technique in 3 days was an amazing feat, even in the era of great battles where many sky prides were born. Oh, I see. Just as Xiao Lintian was beginning to comprehend the technique, he suddenly heard Chu Kuangren's voice from beside him. Then, Chu Kuangren raised his hand and clenched his fist. An incredibly powerful Taoist rhyme emanated, instantly shocking everyone. It was not because the Taoist rhyme was powerful, but because it was exactly the same as what was recorded on the stone tablet. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He managed to comprehend it. What the hell? What's going on? Everyone was in disbelief. How long had it been since Chu Kuangren arrived? All he did was stand there and stare at the stone tablet for a while before he managed to comprehend this technique. Some of them hadn't even gotten into the zone yet. What a fantasy! This was simply a fantasy story. Boom! By then, Chu Kuangren had already unleashed a punch. The fist energy swept across the sky and landed on the stone tablet. The stone tablet trembled, and the pictures and Taoist rhymes on it gradually disappeared. Then, a blood-red light shot out. It was a drop of red liquid that looked like fresh blood, but it exuded an extremely strong Emperor's aura. This was a drop of Emperor blood. All the cultivators stared at the monarch blood with burning eyes. It was rumored that even a drop of blood from an emperor had the power to change the world. Just a drop of emperor's blood was enough to change a person's aptitude, and it could even allow a saint's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. No matter what it was very tempting. Sovereign bloodline? It's all right. However, Chu Kuangren was not as ecstatic as the others. An emperor's blood was indeed a rare treasure to the others, but to Chu Kuangren, who had seen too many treasures, it was just so-so. After all, he still had the female emperor's head in his yin and yang ring. A drop of blood was nothing compared to that head. However, Chu Kuangren could not refine that head, but this emperor's blood could. Its energy was comparable to the 9-headed snakelets and Huasha's corpses. I can't believe he really gained insight into a boundary emperor technique in such a short time. How is this possible? Xiao Lintian looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. After all, he had not even gotten into the zone yet. Not only Xiao Lintian, but the other Empyrean walkers also looked like they had suffered a huge blow. They felt a huge sense of defeat. Their combat strength was crushed, and so was their level of comprehension. What else could they do? Some of the Sky Prides who were not Empyrean walkers looked at the dejected Ling Xiao and the others and felt a sense of sympathy for them. Before these Empyrean walkers appeared in the world, they were already beaten by Chu Kuangren in all aspects. Competing with this guy's level of comprehension? Stop joking. I heard that a few years ago, he could already gain insight into 8,000 techniques in half a day. How terrifying. After all these years, his level of comprehension has become even more amazing. Now, he can even gain insight into a boundary emperor technique in such a short time. Is this guy still human? Some of the Sky Prides discussed among themselves. They had long given up on comparing themselves to Chu Kuangren. That would only make things difficult for themselves. Is this guy really a cultivator from the same world as us? Don't tell me he's really a descendant of an immortal? Thousand Flower Valley's Empyrean walker, Feng Yaorao said. Upon hearing what she said, the others also fell in a deep thought. Chu Kuangren's appearance was outstanding, and his temperament was extraordinary. It did not seem that hard to accept that he was an immortal. Of course not. Immortals were ethereal. Who knew if they existed? However, Chu Kuangren was giving them a real blow. Buzz buzz. At that moment, a ripple appeared in the void. It was as if the entire imperial palace was shaken. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. That layer of seal is about to disappear. All of a sudden, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the central area of the imperial palace, and a thick emperor's aura swept out. A golden palace suddenly appeared out of thin air. In an instant, extremely dense spiritual qi surged towards the palace. Bursts of auspicious lights appeared, golden lotuses circled in the sky, and Taoist rhymes echoed. All kinds of transformations showed that this palace was extraordinary. What's that? What a mysterious transformations. This must be the biggest opportunity of fortune in this imperial palace. Let's go and have a look. One by one, the Sky Prides dashed towards the palace that was suspended in the air. However, they were repelled by an invisible force. Unable to enter, they could only look at the golden palace anxiously. What's going on? We can't get in. What's going on? Hey, look, there's a plaque on this palace. I think it says, Qian Imperial Palace. What does that mean? Could it be that we're not in the Qian Imperial Palace, but this palace in front of us is the real Qian Imperial Palace? Even the Imperial Palace that isn't the Qian Imperial Palace has so many opportunities of fortune. I wonder what kind of opportunities of fortune are hidden in the real Imperial Palace. The crowd could not help but gulp as they stared at the Qian Imperial Palace. This is the real opportunity of fortune. At that moment, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up as he took out a jade amulet. The jade amulet let out a fluorescent glow that resonated with the Imperial Palace. A few Empyrean walkers also took out their own jade amulets. Among them were Xiao Lintian, Feng Yaorao, Shui Zheng, Gue Wuchou, Yi Xan, and Li Fuping. A total of 7 people and 7 jade amulets. The records are right. Only those with jade amulets can enter the Imperial Palace and obtain the real opportunity of fortune left behind by the Qian Emperor. Xiao Lintian laughed out loud. The other Sky Prides looked at each other in confusion. What records about the Qian Emperor? Why have we never heard of it? But these Empyrean walkers seem to know about it. Chapter 396. When the Qian Imperial Palace appeared, Xiao Lintian and the others took out their jade amulets one after another. They were not too surprised by what they saw. The other Sky Prides, on the other hand, looked confused. Sigh, these unknown lands have a lot of resources. Perhaps they already knew that the Qian Imperial Palace would appear. One of the sage orthodoxy sighed. Compared to the Empyrean walkers, They were not only lacking in talent and resources, but they also lacked a long history. Ah, Chu Kuangren, you need the Qian Emperor's Jade Amulet to enter the Qian Imperial Palace. Don't tell me you don't know that. At that moment, Xiao Lintian said proudly. He finally found something to show off in front of Chu Kuangren. In his opinion, Chu Kuangren was a sky pride from the outside world. He would not know anything about the emperors, let alone the Jade Amulet. Besides, he definitely did not have the Jade Amulet with him. In other words, Chu Kuangren could not enter the Qian Imperial Palace. At that thought, he was extremely happy. Not only him, but Ling Xiao, Xue Zheng, Li Fuping, and the other Empyrean walkers also looked relieved. Chu Kuangren had given them too much pressure. They really did not have the ability to compete with Chu Kuangren. Now that Chu Kuangren could not enter the Imperial Palace, he could not compete with them for the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. They still had a chance. Fortunately, he doesn't have the Jade Amulet. Otherwise, Ling Xiao was talking when he suddenly saw Chu Kuangren playing with a glowing object from the corner of his eye. It looked like a Jade Amulet. Xiao Lintian, Ling Xiao, and the others were dumbfounded. They stared at the Jade Amulet in Chu Kuangren's hand. Why does he have a Jade Amulet? The Empyrean walkers felt like they had just seen hope, but it was mercilessly shattered. They looked at Chu Kuangren and wanted to cry. How did this happen? Why is the last Jade Amulet in Chu Kuangren's hand? Where did he get it from? How did this happen? After all, there were only 8 Jade Amulets. Since Xiao Lintian and the others had taken away 7 pieces, the last piece had to fall into Chu Kuangren's hands out of all people. This was too much of a coincidence. The Sky Prides looked at Xiao Lintian and the others with pity. This feeling is probably very uncomfortable. Sigh, I'm starting to wonder if Chu Kuangren is the son of the Heavenly Tao. Why does he always get all the good stuff? Is this the so-called child of destiny? It's so sad to live in the same era as this kind of person. The Sky Prides shook their heads and lamented. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren looked at Xiao Lintian with a faint smile and said, "What did you say just now? You want to enter the Qian Imperial Palace to obtain a Jade Amulet, right? Don't you think it's a coincidence that I happen to have one with me?" You. Xiao Lintian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz, at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the void. A black beam of light shot toward Feng Yarao. The beam of light contained a sinister and deadly devil chi. Feng Yarao was caught off guard and managed to muster her spiritual power to defend herself. However, she was still severely injured and sent flying. The Jade Amulet in her hand also flew out. A black shadow flitted across the void and grabbed the Jade Amulet before speeding towards the Qian Imperial Palace. It was Acheron Manor's Yuan Wudao. Damn it! Give me back my Jade Amulet! Feng Yarao's expression changed as she gave chase. However, Yuan Wudao's sneak attack had severely injured her, so there was no way she could catch up. Just when she was panicking, a stream of light flashed past her and headed towards Yuan Wudao. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to him. Yuan Wudao, who was rushing towards the Qian Imperial Palace, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from behind him. It made his heart palpitate. Without saying a word, he immediately retaliated with a palm attack. Demonic chi gushed out like a tidal wave. That attack was so powerful that it shook the void. However, it was easily shattered by a pale palm. That palm then grabbed Yuan Wudao's neck and threw him in the opposite direction of the Qian Imperial Palace, smashing him onto the ground. With a boom, a huge crater was smashed into the ground, and cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. The person lying in the crater was Yuan Wudao, who was in a sorry state. He looked at Chu Kuangren in horror. It was Chu Kuangren who had smashed him into the ground. Initially, he wanted to snatch Feng Yarao's Jade Amulet and rush into the Imperial Palace when Chu Kuangren was not paying attention to snatch the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. However, he did not expect to underestimate Chu Kuangren. Even if he was caught off guard, he was still caught by Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren, I didn't ask you for my Jade Amulet back when you took it from me. Are you going to stop me from taking someone else's Jade Amulet? Yuan Wudao asked loudly. His Taoist rhymes and demonic qi surged around his body, and his bandaged arm was releasing a blood-red mist as if something was trying to break free. It's none of my business whose jade amulet you're taking. However, didn't your sage pass my message to you? What message? Yuan Wudao was stunned. It seems like you guys really don't take my words seriously. Forget it, I'll tell you one more time. And that is, your life is mine. No one can stop it. As soon as Chu Kuangren finished speaking, he raised his hand and gathered the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. A giant golden hand that was covered in Buddhist light descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure bore down on Yuan Wudao, and the demonic qi on his body began to disintegrate under the majestic Buddhist light. This palm attack was even more powerful than the one he encountered in the school of White Lotus and the demonic hoarder forefather's secret realm. He's gotten stronger in such a short time. D*** a minute, I guess I can only use this. Yuan Wudao let out a low growl, and the bandaged arm was suddenly burned to ashes by a blood-red flame. A ferocious demonic claw covered in blood-red scales appeared before everyone's eyes. A terrifying and evil scarlet demonic qi emanated from it. The Acheron Manor's blood dragon claw. Rumor has it that this blood dragon claw originated from a terrifying demonic beast in hell. After it was slain by the Acheron Manor's forefather, its claw was kept and refined into a top-tier Boundary Emperor weapon. However, due to its evil nature, no one could wield it. I can't believe Yuan Wudao managed to subdue it. Xiao Lintian, Ling Xiao, and the others were shocked. By then, Yuan Wudao's blood dragon claw had already collided with the gigantic golden palm. The terrifying energy erupted like a tidal wave, and the gigantic golden palm was forcefully shattered. Chu Kuangren, I'll show you the power of the blood dragon claw. After Yuan Wudao shattered the giant golden hand with a single strike, he leaped into the air and clawed at Chu Kuangren ferociously. Chu Kuangren immediately activated the Human Mountain Stamp. With a palm attack, the Human Mountain Stamp collided with the blood dragon claw. When the two energies collided, Chu Kuangren did not budge an inch, but Yuan Wudao was pushed back a few meters. However, that was enough to surprise Chu Kuangren. Since you're able to withstand that attack of mine, it seems that your arm has given you quite a bit of strength. Interesting. Chu Kuangren chuckled playfully and said with interest, Chu Kuangren, go to hell. Yuan Wudao roared and continued to attack. If one looked closely, they would see that the veins on his blood dragon claw were bulging and spreading to his neck. Even his left eye was bloodshot, exuding an inhuman brutality. Chapter 397. With a blood dragon claw, Yuan Wudao's combat strength had multiplied. With a swipe of his claw, it was as if he was going to tear the void apart. Crimson demonic qi filled the air and charged towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren easily shattered the demonic qi with a lift of his hand. The gap between their combat strengths was just too huge. Even with the blood dragon claw, Yuan Wudao could not bridge the gap. Go to hell. Go to hell. However, Yuan Wudao did not seem to notice the gap as he continued to swing his blood dragon claw. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had lost his mind. Chu Kuangren could tell that Yuan Wudao could not fully control the blood dragon claw and had been eroded by its demonic nature. If he used it for a long time, he would become a madman who only knew how to kill. No wonder he wrapped it in bandages earlier. It was to suppress the demonic nature of the blood dragon claw, Chu Kuangren said. After witnessing the power of the blood dragon claw, Chu Kuangren had no interest in continuing the fight. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed with a clang and slashed out. A purple sword ray streaked across the sky. It was as if it had covered half of the sky. In the eyes of countless onlookers, that stunning sword ray was the only thing left. Roar! Yuan Wudao let out an inhuman roar as the demonic qi in his blood dragon claw surged to its limit. The crimson demonic qi intertwined with an incredibly violent Taoist rhyme in the air before it transformed into a ferocious blood dragon shadow. The sword ray and the blood dragon shadow collided. A terrifying shockwave spread out. However, the blood dragon shadow did not even last for a breath before it was torn apart by the domineering sword ray. There was a loud crack. The sword ray pierced into his flesh. Blood splattered everywhere as the blood dragon claw was torn apart by the sword ray and detached from Yuan Wudao's body. The Empyrean walkers at the scene were shocked. It was too terrifying. The power of that sword ray was too terrifying. If it were them, they would have been defeated by that sword ray as well. When the blood dragon claw was severed, Yuan Wudao let out a heart-wrenching scream before he was sent flying like a broken kite. He landed on the ground with a pale face and looked at Chu Kuangren in horror. Having lost the blood dragon claw, he regained clarity of mind. However, at the same time, he also knew what kind of situation he was about to face. A great terror and fear enveloped him, and he could not help but tremble. Chu Kuangren sheathed his long sword, and the sword rays that filled the sky disappeared. He raised his hand and grabbed the blood dragon claw, carefully examining it. This blood dragon claw was covered in fine scales and emitted a scarlet demonic aura and evil, as if the will of a dead demonic creature had yet to dissipate. Just this arm alone contained an incomparably vast amount of flesh and blood essence. It was not any weaker than a complete Saint Ruler corpse. While Chu Kuangren was examining the blood dragon claw, Yuan Wudao mustered the last of his strength to get up and escape. However, right after that, a terrifying power of the domain enveloped his body, pressing him to the ground like 100,000 mountains. You're still thinking of leaving in this state? I can't believe an Empyrean walker from Acheron Manor is so naive. Chu Kuangren kept the blood dragon claw and slowly walked towards Yuan Wudao. With every step he took, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Yuan Wudao lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Chu Kuangren, please let me go. I don't want the opportunities of fortune in the Imperial Palace. I'll give them all to you. I swear that I'll never oppose you again. Looking at the begging Yuan Wudao, Chu Kuangren said, Your fight for the opportunities of fortune in the Imperial Palace is a small matter. Opposing me is also a small matter. However, you've instructed the Underworld Palace to harm my Black Heaven Sect's disciples. Not even a peak sage ruler can protect you. Chu Kuangren then raised his hand and slammed it onto Yuan Wudao's head. The majestic Buddhist light instantly blew Yuan Wudao's head into pieces. Then he activated the gluttonous devouring technique and absorbed Yuan Wudao's body into the avarice dimension to refine. Surprisingly, he obtained a large amount of flesh and blood essence. His strength was no less than that of a great sage peak expert. Although Yuan Wudao's cultivation level was not at the great sage level, he possessed a top-notch Taoist physique. Hence, he still had quite a bit of flesh and blood essence. In the distance, Gue Wucho's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Kuangren use the gluttonous devouring technique, but he quickly averted his gaze. Although he really wanted that technique, he was no match for Chu Kuangren. Hence, he had no choice but to give up on that idea. After dealing with Yuan Wudao, Chu Kuangren picked up the jade amulet from the ground. Feng Yaorao walked up to him from afar. She looked at Chu Kuangren and said gratefully, Brother Chu, thank you for retrieving my jade amulet. I'll remember your kindness forever. Ever since she was defeated by Chu Kuangren, she had developed some strange feelings for him. After witnessing Chu Kuangren's killing spree and his heroic spirit, she fell for him even more. Now that he had killed Yuan Wudao and retrieved her jade amulet, she finally confirmed her admiration for Chu Kuangren. What kind of girl would not be moved by a man like him? Feng Yaorao looked at Chu Kuangren with a dazed gaze. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Chu Kuangren was playing with the jade amulet in his hand, but he had no intention of returning it to her. Brother Chu, can you return my jade amulet now? Who said that this jade amulet was taken for you? Chu Kuangren smiled. What? Feng Yaorao was dumbfounded. Something's not right. Why is this script not right? I suddenly have an idea. Chu Kuangren muttered to himself before he took out the sacred emerald sword case. One by one, treasured swords flew out from the sword case and formed a terrifying sword formation that surrounded all the Empyrean walkers at the scene. Terrifying sword chi surrounded the void, sending chills down their spines. That was a sword formation that could trap and even kill a sage ruler. Xiao Lintian, Ling Xiao, and the others did not have the strength to resist it at all. They could not help but feel terrified when they saw the sword formation before them. Chu Kuangren, what are you trying to do? Xiao Lintian asked loudly. Brother Chu, let's talk this out. Ling Xiao was puzzled as well. Everyone, you don't have to enter the Imperial Palace. Hand over your jade amulets, Chu Kuangren said with a smile. That was the idea he was talking about. He did want the Emperor's opportunity of fortune in the Imperial Palace. However, no matter how strong he was, he did not know what kind of test the Qian Emperor would set to select his successor. What if he was not suitable? What if something unexpected happened, and he missed out on the opportunity of fortune? To ensure that he could obtain the opportunity of fortune, Chu Kuangren planned to let himself enter the Imperial Palace alone. With no other competitors, the opportunity of fortune would belong to him, right? Chu Kuangren silently gave himself a thumbs up for his quick-wittedness. The rest of the people had also seen through Chu Kuangren's plan. Each of them stared at him with their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. F***ck me. Chu Kuangren, are you crazy? Deranged. You're too deranged. Xiao Lintian, Ling Xiao, and the others glared at Chu Kuangren. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. The jade amulets were the proof of entry into the Imperial Palace. If they could enter the Imperial Palace, they would be able to fight for the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. Even if their opponent was Chu Kuangren, they still stood a chance. However, Chu Kuangren did not even give them that chance. If he did not allow them to enter the Imperial Palace, how could they fight for it? Chapter 398. The sword formation hovered in the air, trapping the Empyrean walkers within it. Ling Xiao, Xiao Lintian, and the others glared at Chu Kuangren as if they could not wait to devour him alive. However, Chu Kuangren remained calm under their stares and said, Hand over the jade amulet. Don't force my hand. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. Everyone was so angry that they gritted their teeth. Chu Kuangren, aren't you being a little too presumptuous? Xiao Lintian took a deep breath and said, If you don't hand it over, I have something even more presumptuous. You, enough of the nonsense. I don't have time to waste with you guys. If you don't hand it over, I'll do it myself. By then, I can't guarantee that all of you will be alive, Chu Kuangren said. Everyone present felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. They knew very well that Chu Kuangren was not lying to them, and he definitely had the ability to do so. That was what they were most helpless and afraid of. Chu Kuangren, you win. Goe Wucho gripped the jade amulet tightly, but in the end, he could only helplessly throw it to Chu Kuangren. After all, he did not dare to fight Chu Kuangren with his life. Seeing that, the others helplessly handed over their jade amulets as well. They were extremely unwilling. That was a chance to fight for the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. Just like that, Chu Kuangren had forcefully snuffed it out. That's the way it should be. If everyone cooperates a little more, it'll save us a lot of trouble. I don't want to always play with everyone and be so violent. Chu Kuangren smirked and kept all the jade amulets. Hearing his words and looking at his smiling face, everyone was so angry that their mouths twitched. Even Feng Yaorao, who admired Chu Kuangren, felt that he was more demonic than the devil. The heart of a devil, the face of an immortal. It's so irresistible. Feng Yaorao licked her lips and said with a blushing face, Chu Kuangren, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Xiao Lintian stared at Chu Kuangren and said fiercely, Divine retribution? Could you please ask him if he dares to punish me? Chu Kuangren stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if his entire body had transformed into a peerless godly sword, and an overbearing sword-based, Taoist rhyme emanated from his entire body. It was as if he was going to pierce a hole in the sky. Everyone present was shocked. Feng Yaorao clamped her thighs together tightly as she stared at the domineering Chu Kuangren. Her gaze became even more infatuated. Ling Xiao, Xiao Lintian, and the rest started cursing in their hearts. Damn it, he was too good at pretending. Heavens, can't you just strike this guy with lightning? They roared in their hearts. Clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Could it be that the heavens had opened their eyes? Muffled thunder rumbled, and then the clouds dispersed and the sky cleared up. There was nothing else. Everyone was disappointed. Could it be that even the heavens were afraid of Chu Kuangren? Chu Kuangren kept his sword formation and dashed towards the imperial palace in a flash. Looking at his silhouette, everyone could only stand there and unleash their terrifying Taoist rhymes in all directions. Xiao Lintian punched out and fiercely blasted a palace at the side, turning it into ruins on the spot. Feng Yaorao clicked her tongue when she saw that. You guys didn't even dare to move when he was here. Now that he's gone, what's the use of getting angry at these rocks that don't even know how to fight back? Everyone's expressions turned even uglier when they heard her words. It may sound harsh, but Brother Feng is right. Let's look elsewhere and see if there are other opportunities of fortune. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said. The rest of the people dispersed as well. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a group of sages looked at the imperial palace and saw the glorious palace that appeared out of thin air. Their faces were filled with excitement. That's the real imperial palace. Chu Kuangren definitely doesn't have a jade amulet with him to enter the imperial palace. The opportunities of fortune that he can obtain must be limited. One of the sages sighed in relief. The rest felt the same. However, at that moment, Black Willow Sage sighed helplessly. Actually, Chu Kuangren does have a jade amulet with him. At that, the hope that the sages had was mercilessly shattered. Black Willow Sage then told them about how Yuan Wudao's jade amulet was stolen. The sages gasped when they heard that. Damn it. Damn it. Why is this guy's luck so good? Could he be a child of destiny? D*M*. D*M*. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Chu Kuangren's strength is indeed the strongest, but the Emperor's opportunity of fortune doesn't just depend on strength. There are various tests involved, and it's not like our sky prides don't stand a chance. The Heavenly Golden Palace's Purple Void Sage said. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's the only way. They no longer cared who the Emperor's opportunity of fortune ended up in. As long as it did not fall into Chu Kuangren's hands, everything would be fine. Unfortunately, the imperial palace was surrounded by an invisible emperor's aura. Their spiritual thoughts could not penetrate the palace. Otherwise, they would know that no one could compete with Chu Kuangren anymore. The only one who could enter the imperial palace was Chu Kuangren. What? At that moment, Black Willow Sage suddenly exclaimed. He was holding a communication compass in his hand, and his expression was grim, as if he had received some news. Black Willow, what's wrong? A sage asked. Acheron Manor's Empyrean Walker is dead. Black Willow Sage said in a grim tone, Chu Kuangren, it must be Chu Kuangren's doing. He said that if he sees Yuan Wudao, he'll definitely kill him. I can't believe he really did it. He was furious. After all, Yuan Wudao was a peerless sky pride that Acheron Manor had painstakingly nurtured. He was a weapon that could help them fight for the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. Yet now, Chu Kuangren had forcefully snapped it in half. How could they bear that? Chu Kuangren, Acheron Manor will not let you off the hook, Black Willow Sage said in a deep voice. At that moment, Chu Kuangren, whom the sages were concerned about, had already entered the real Qian Imperial Palace. As soon as he entered, a majestic emperor's aura gushed towards him, making him want to submit to it. However, Chu Kuangren had experienced the aura of many emperors, and he even had a few emperor scriptures in his possession. To him, this emperor's aura was like a breeze that brushed past his face. He did not feel any pressure at all. Then, he began to observe the imperial palace. The first thing that caught his eyes were the 8 futons in the imperial palace. It was probably prepared for the 8 people who possessed the jade amulets. At that moment, a golden light appeared in front of the futons. An illusory figure appeared in front of Chu Kuangren. It was a man dressed in a golden robe with black hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were closed, and a powerful emperor's aura emanated from his body. Sky Prides of the future, I hope you've been well. The man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars. However, when he saw Chu Kuangren, he could not help but reveal a look of shock as if he had encountered something unexpected. You're the only one? The man asked in surprise. Chu Kuangren walked towards him and sat on one of the futons. He placed the 8 jade amulets one by one and smiled. That's right, I'm the only one. Chapter 399. That's right, I'm the only one. Chu Kuangren lined up the 8 jade amulets and said, Looks like I'm the only one who can accept this inheritance of yours, Qian Emperor. The man, who was the Qian Emperor, was dumbfounded. According to his calculations, the 8 jade amulets would be gathered in the Imperial Palace, and 8 top-notch Sky Prides would come forth to fight for his inheritance. Why was there only one left now? Did he miscalculate? Sky Pride of the future, tell me your name. Chu Kuangren. How did you get these 8 jade amulets? The Qian Emperor asked in confusion. They gave them to me themselves. Chu Kuangren pondered for a while before he smiled. Voluntarily? Does that matter? Nope. The Qian Emperor shook his head and said, Although you're alone, I can't just give you my opportunity of fortune. This test is a must. Of course, but before we begin, I have a few questions that have been bothering me for a long time. Would you mind answering them, Qian Emperor? Go ahead. Has the Qian Emperor fallen? Chu Kuangren looked straight at the Qian Emperor and asked. He could tell that the Qian Emperor before him was just a spiritual thought clone, just like the mindful emperor that Chu Kuangren had met in the past. He hasn't fallen yet, the Qian Emperor said. Where is he? Up in the sky. Up in the sky. Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised, but he then asked curiously, Could it be the legendary immortal realm? Do immortals really exist in this world? Nope, the immortal realm is vague. The sky I'm talking about is called the 9 heavens. The Qian Emperor smiled. What is the 9 heavens? Above the firmament is the 9 heavens, a higher level world? That's not accurate either. The 9 heavens was created by a group of emperors, just like how sages created the secret realms. Strictly speaking, it's not much higher than the firmament star. Then what's the purpose of the emperors creating the 9 heavens? Chu Kuangren had many questions. At this moment, he wanted to clarify. To protect the firmament, the Qian Emperor said. What do you mean? Heaven's pride of the later generation. You ask a little too many questions. Once this strand of my spiritual will is activated, it won't last for long. Do you still want the opportunity one left behind? The Heaven Emperor didn't seem to want to continue speaking as he smiled faintly. Chu Kuangren narrowed his eyes. All right, I understand. Are you ready to accept the test? Please. As soon as Chu Kuangren finished speaking, the glorious imperial palace in front of him suddenly disappeared. In its place was an ancient battlefield. A fierce battle was taking place on the battlefield. The battle was extremely chaotic, and it included cultivators of all races and levels. There were even many emperors' auras among them. This was an unparalleled battle that included emperors. In this great battle, Chu Kuangren seemed exceptionally small and insignificant. It was as if a random surge of energy was enough to destroy him. This is an illusion, Chu Kuangren muttered. He had still been in the Qian Imperial Palace just now, so it was impossible for him to suddenly appear on such a battlefield. So this was definitely a test set up by the Qian Emperor. Not bad, Sky Pride of the future. You're very smart. This is indeed my test. The Qian Emperor's voice rang in Chu Kuangren's ears. What are the requirements of your test, Qian Emperor? It's very simple. You just have to pass through this battlefield. Pass through this battlefield. Chu Kuangren looked at the endless army and the endless battlefield with a smile on his face. Is this a test of my Taoist core? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Qian Emperor. Chu Kuangren said. He got up and took a step forward, heading towards the end of the battlefield. At that moment, a horrifying surge of Taoist rhyme surged from beside him, and a powerful palm energy blasted towards Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren stood still with a calm expression on his face. When that palm energy landed on his body, it immediately shattered. It did not cause any damage to him at all. Chu Kuangren walked towards the end of the battlefield step by step. Along the way, the shockwaves from the battle and the Emperor's aura did not affect him at all. In other words, they did not affect his Taoist core at all. His Taoist core was as firm as a rock, and it could not be moved. How is this Sky Pride's Taoist core so firm? In the Qian Imperial Palace, there was a light screen in front of the Qian Emperor, and it showed the scene of Chu Kuangren crossing the battlefield. The Qian Emperor could not help but be shocked when he saw Chu Kuangren's calm and indifferent expression. It was indeed an illusory realm that tested one's Taoist core. However, knowing that it was an illusory realm and not being affected by it were two different things. Some illusory realms could be affected even if one knew it was an illusory realm. It was not impossible for one to die in an illusory realm. When an illusory realm was realistic to a certain extent, it was no different from reality. Those who did not have a strong Taoist core would easily fall into it. The illusory realm that the Qian Emperor had cast was called the Ashura illusory realm. Even the strongest sage would be affected by it. The Qian Emperor was only joking when he asked Chu Kuangren to cross the entire Ashura battlefield. He did not need to cross the entire battlefield. As long as he could satisfy the Qian Emperor, he would be considered to have passed the test. Initially, the Qian Emperor wanted all 8 Sky Prides to participate in this test together to see who could go the farthest. However, he did not expect Chu Kuangren to come alone. "Let me see how strong your Taoist core is," the Qian Emperor murmured. In the Ashura battlefield, Chu Kuangren crossed the battlefield. Countless energy waves landed on his body, but did not affect him at all. At that moment, he had arrived at a sea of skeletons. This sea of skeletons was a part of the Ashura battlefield. Around Chu Kuangren, countless skeletons were wailing and screaming as they crawled towards him. Waves of resentment were crazily attacking his mind. "How dare mere vengeful spirits stand in my way?" Chu Kuangren snorted. A Buddhist light appeared around his body, and a 1,000-foot-tall ancient Buddha appeared out of thin air. Under the endless Buddhist light, the thousands of skeletons turned into black qi and dissipated. Outside the illusory realm, the Qian Emperor was dumbfounded when he saw that. He's using his Taoist core to activate an Emperor technique. This guy's Taoist core is no weaker than any Emperor. Where did this monster come from? The Qian Emperor gulped and said. In the Ashura battlefield, Chu Kuangren used the Tathagata rebirth mantra to purify the sea of skeletons, causing the entire Ashura illusory realm to tremble. Huge cracks began to appear in the sky of the illusory realm. The Qian Emperor's body trembled when he saw that. His spiritual thought clone began to tremble violently, as if it was frightened. The Ashura illusory realm can't withstand his Taoist core? The Qian Emperor said in shock. That scene was more shocking than Chu Kuangren crossing the entire Ashura battlefield. The test is over. The Qian Emperor waved his hand and dispersed the Ashura illusory realm. Chu Kuangren, who was in front of him, slowly opened his eyes and said, "Why did you suddenly dispel the illusory realm? Don't you want to continue?" The Qian Emperor rolled his eyes. "Continue? Let's see how you're going to destroy my illusory realm, shall we?" "You've successfully passed the test," the Qian Emperor said. "Oh, is that all?" Chu Kuangren's eyes were filled with disappointment. "That's all? That's all the Emperor's test?" Chapter 400. You've passed the test and are now qualified to receive my inheritance. The Qian Emperor smiled. Then he took out 3 items with a wave of his hand. They were a wooden box, a light yellow booklet, and a pitch-black armor that emanated a murderous aura. Other things aside, just that armor alone was enough to make Chu Kuangren's eyes light up. Through his treasure-locating skill, he could clearly sense that this armor was an extremely powerful Emperor weapon. In the wooden box is a scroll. This book is an Emperor scripture that I've compiled, and it records some of my cultivation experiences. As for this armor, it's an Emperor weapon that I obtained a long time ago. Since I already have an Emperor weapon of the same type, I've left it here. These 3 items are the opportunities of fortune that I've left here. Future Sky Pride, before this spiritual thought dissipates, let me tell you one more thing. This is an era of great battles. After hundreds of thousands of years of Dharma decline, the era of great battles has turned from decline to prosperity. It's not just Firmament Star, but the 9 heavens are also fighting for the opportunities of fortune to become an emperor. And this opportunities of fortune to become an emperor lies in Firmament Star. Therefore, more sky prides will appear in the future, and the orthodoxies in the 9 heavens will not sit idly by. Many of these orthodoxies have been passed down since ancient times, and they've left behind a complete emperor's inheritance. They're not easy opponents, so you must take care. The Qian Emperor smiled. After all, Chu Kuangren was a sky pride who had received his inheritance. Hence, the Qian Emperor did not want to see Chu Kuangren fall in the Emperor's path so early. People from the 9 heavens, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Perhaps there's something else besides the 9 heavens. Oh, are you referring to... The Qian Emperor pointed to the ground. Chu Kuangren's heart skipped a beat. The underworld demonic realm? The Qian Emperor nodded. Chu Kuangren pondered for a while before the smile on his face widened. Looks like things are getting more and more lively. After that, he kept the opportunities of fortune that the Qian Emperor had left behind and stood up to bow. Thank you, Qian Emperor, for the opportunities of fortune. It's fine. Other than me, the fortuitous encounters of the other emperors are about to appear. How much you can obtain from them will depend on your luck. Emperor Qian smiled faintly, and his figure started to dissipate. I understand. Farewell, Heaven Emperor. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly and bowed again. The Qian Emperor stared deeply into Chu Kuangren's eyes before he disappeared completely. In the instant that the Heaven Emperor's spiritual will incarnation dissipated, the entire Heaven Emperor Palace shook, and the auspicious signs that filled the sky also gradually disappeared. With a boom, the Qian Imperial Palace fell from the sky onto the ground, becoming no different from the other palaces around it. There was nothing mystical about it at all. The sudden change attracted the attention of many people. Many of them knew that it must have something to do with Chu Kuangren, who had entered the Imperial Palace. What's going on? Did Chu Kuangren obtain the Emperor's opportunity of fortune? That must be it. Otherwise, how could this happen? Damn it, Xiao Lintian, Ling Xiao, and the rest ran to the landing the Arch Palace. Chu Kuangren slowly walked out. Chu Kuangren, have you already obtained that Emperor's opportunity of fortune? Xiao Lintian could not help but ask. Chu Kuangren did not answer. Instead, he turned around and walked out of the Imperial Palace. To him, this place was no longer worth exploring anymore. After all, he had already obtained the biggest opportunity of fortune. Before he left, he took out a few jade amulets and threw them back to Xiao Lintian and the others. Here, this is for you guys. Seeing that, Xiao Lintian and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. If the Emperor's opportunity of fortune has been taken by you, what use do we have for these jade amulets? Xiao Lintian looked at Chu Kuangren's back. With a crack, the jade amulet in his hand was crushed into pieces and thrown to the ground. In a flash, he rushed towards the Imperial Palace. However, the Imperial Palace was deserted. There was not a single person in sight. They searched the entire Imperial Palace, but could not find a single opportunity of fortune. Obviously, the opportunity of fortune had already been taken by Chu Kuangren. Although they had expected this outcome, they were still very dissatisfied. Outside the Imperial Palace, the sages noticed that the Emperor's aura that surrounded the Imperial Palace had completely dissipated. They all rushed in and headed towards the Qian Imperial Palace. Here, they saw Xiao Lintian and the others. The Purple Void Sage quickly asked, Lintian, who took the Emperor's opportunity of fortune? He noticed that Xiao Lintian's expression did not look too good. He had some guesses in his heart, but he still asked with a glimmer of hope. Chu Kuangren. Xiao Lintian gritted his teeth and said. Hearing that, the sages could not help but smile bitterly. It's really him. This guy really doesn't leave any room for maneuver. He's already a monster. Now that he has obtained the Emperor's inheritance, I wonder what level he'll reach. The sages discussed among themselves, and their hearts could not help but tremble. Not only that, but he also took the jade amulets from us. He didn't give us any chance to compete with him, Xiao Lintian said again. The sages were furious when they heard that. How can this Chu Kuangren be so insane? D*M in it. I can't believe you would go this far. Was Chu Kuangren the one who killed the Empyrean walkers of Acheron Manor? At that moment, Black Willow's sage asked. Yes. Xiao Lintian nodded. It's really him. Black Willow's sage gritted his teeth. He looked around and said to the sages, Everyone, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Chu Kuangren's existence has completely hindered the progress of our orthodoxy's sky prides. Think about it. If more Emperor's opportunities of fortune appear in the future, and only sky prides are allowed to compete for it, who else can stop Chu Kuangren? Are we really going to give all the Emperor's opportunities of fortune to Chu Kuangren? We have to do something. Black Willow Sage's words made all the sages fall into deep thought. Purple Void Sage took a deep breath and said, Brother Black Willow, you're right. I'll go back and tell the palace lord about this. In short, if we can't stop Chu Kuangren's momentum, our orthodoxy's sky prides can only live in his shadow forever. Hearing that, the sages' hearts trembled. The sky prides were the future of their orthodoxies. If Chu Kuangren defeated them too badly, it would leave a shadow in their hearts. It would definitely hinder their cultivation, and in more serious cases, they might even be crippled. At that thought, the sages felt a chill down their spines. Chu Kuangren was not only stopping them from competing for the Emperor's opportunities of fortune, but he was also destroying the future of their orthodoxies. If this could be tolerated, how could it be tolerated? Chu Kuangren must not be allowed to live. Some of the sages had the same thought. No, we must discuss this with the sect leader when we return. Chu Kuangren's threat is too great. It's far beyond our previous estimation. If we don't get rid of him now, there will be endless troubles in the future. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren had no idea that the sages were about to do something to him. He was on his way back to the Black Heaven sect. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Imperial Palace. The one that pleased him the most was the Emperor weapon. He had seen the Empyrean Neptune's trident halberd's power, so he was looking forward to it. Chapter 4:01 Black Heaven Sect, inside the towering Heaven Palace. Chu Kuangren was taking inventory of his gains from his trip to the Imperial Palace. He had gained a lot from this trip. Apart from the 3 treasures he had obtained from the Qian Imperial Palace, the sovereign blood and precious medicines were also quite valuable. Just that pile of supreme elixirs alone was enough to drive many sage orthodoxies crazy. Coupled with the serpent deity's treasury that Chu Kuangren had obtained from the outer seas, it was foreseeable that the Black Heaven sect would enter a period of rapid development. This scroll is one of the 9 Emperor techniques. Chu Kuangren was quite surprised when he opened the wooden box given by the Qian Emperor. That was because the wooden box contained one of the Emperor technique scrolls that Chu Kuangren had once obtained. What a coincidence! Chu Kuangren looked at the scroll in his hand and opened it. After studying it for a while, he realized that it was an Emperor technique called the Heaven Morning Palm. As the name suggested, it was an Emperor art related to grief. The heart-piercing finger, raging God's fist, and Heaven's grief palm are all related to the Taoist core, or the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Are the other Emperor techniques the same? Chu Kuangren muttered as he kept the Heaven's grief palm away. He shifted his gaze to the other 2 items. They were the Imperial Scriptures and the black-armored Imperial weapon. Chu Kuangren decided to refine that Emperor weapon first. With the experience of refining the Sea God's halberd last time, it was easy to refine this Emperor weapon this time. About 3 days later, Chu Kuangren was almost done refining this Emperor weapon. He did not know if it was the will of the heavens, but after refining this Emperor weapon, he found out that this Emperor weapon was called the Innate Ferocious Armor. This Emperor weapon complemented his infallible, tormented body very well. After digesting most of the opportunities of fortune that he had obtained from the Imperial Palace, Chu Kuangren came out of his closed-door meditation. However, even though he had come out of seclusion, he was not idle. When he thought of what the Heaven Emperor had once said, he felt a vague sense of anxiety in his heart. It was not that he was worried that he could not compare to the so-called people of the Nine Heavens or the demon world of hell with his current abilities unless a martial emperor appeared or he was surrounded by a sage king. He was not afraid of anyone in this world. The reason why he felt anxious was because of the Black Heaven sect. In the era of great battles, various forces appeared one after another, each stronger than the last. With the strength of the Black Heaven sect, it would be impossible for him alone to get a share of the pie in this era of great competition. Looks like we need to find a way to quickly increase everyone's strength, especially Nangong Huang and the other Taoist strength. No matter what, we should at least be able to fight against the Empyrean walkers, right? Chu Kuangren murmured. If a cultivator wanted to quickly increase his strength, there were only a few things he could do. Spiritual power, Tao aura, equipment cultivation techniques. I can use elixirs to raise my spiritual energy. In terms of Taoist aura, other than the Mystic Origin Imperial Sutra and the Qian Imperial Sutra that I just obtained, I've pretty much comprehended the other two Imperial Sutras. Equipment? There's a pile of sacred weapons in the Serpent Deity's treasure vault. I'll distribute them when the time comes. As for cultivation methods, I know quite a few of them. However, ordinary sage techniques won't be of much help to them. Chu Kuangren pondered. Then, he went to the Pill Hall. Compared to a few years ago, the Pill Hall now had an additional place called the Heaven's Flourish Lodge, and this Heaven's Flourish Lodge was the holy land in the eyes of all the Black Heaven sect's alchemists. This was because there was a mysterious being in the Heaven's Flourish Lodge who was well-versed in almost all alchemy knowledge since ancient times. No matter what problems the alchemists encountered, they would be able to obtain answers there. Chu Kuangren arrived at the Heaven's Flourish Lodge. However, when he arrived, there was already someone inside. That person was a disciple of the Pill Hall. At this moment, he was asking the mysterious being in the Heaven's Flourish Lodge for advice on alchemy. He told him his questions. "Sir, may I know the answer to this question?" The disciple of the Pill Hall asked. "This question of yours is too simple. If you don't even know such a simple question, you should go back and strengthen your foundation first." An old voice sounded in the Heaven's Flourish Lodge. The disciple of the Pill Hall blushed, but he did not dare to refute. It was said that even alchemy master Gujiang had to be respectful in front of this mysterious being. It was said that Master Gujiang once had an argument with this mysterious being over a pill recipe, but he was scolded until he was speechless. Since then, Gujiang had been worshipping this being like a god. If Gujiang was like that, what more a mere disciple like him? "I'll remember your teachings, sir." The disciple quickly bowed and replied before he slowly retreated. When he turned around, he saw Chu Kuangren at the door. "Greetings, sect leader." The disciple quickly bowed. He did not expect that the sect leader, who was rarely seen, would appear here. It was his first time being so close to Chu Kuangren, so he was a little excited. "Yes." Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. "Someone, ask your question." The old voice of the Heavens Flourish Lodge appeared and said to Chu Kuangren, "It's fine if you play tricks in front of others, but how dare you do it in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll slap you?" Chu Kuangren chuckled. Upon hearing that, the disciple who had not completely retreated was speechless. This was a senior that countless alchemists and even Master Gujiang worshipped like a god. How dare the sect leader talk to him like that? He even wants to slap me? God, the sect leader is indeed the sect leader. The admiration in that disciple's eyes became more obvious. After that disciple had completely left, an item that looked like a Rubik's Cube appeared in front of Chu Kuangren. It was the legendary item that Chu Kuangren had previously drawn, the Vitality Pill Tome. From the Rubik's Cube, a little boy with pigtails and a red doo-doo emerged. This boy was the mysterious existence that everyone in the Black Heaven sect talked about, as if he was a god. He was also the item spirit of the Vitality Pill Tome. "Master, please save me some face in front of outsiders. How am I supposed to teach these people in the future if you keep behaving like this?" The item spirit Lil Tian said. He looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child, but his voice sounded like an old man. It sounded a little weird. Speak normally. Ahem, I'm used to it. Lil Tian coughed twice and returned to his original voice. He then circled around Chu Kuangren. Master, is there anything you need from me today? Yes, I'm looking for a safe, stable, and fast-paced medicinal pill, Chu Kuangren said. Upon hearing that, Lil Tian's little face twisted. Master, you're making things too difficult for me. Not only do I need a safe, stable, and fast-paced medicinal pill, it's a win-win situation. There haven't been many medicinal pills like this since ancient times. Why can't you do it? Chu Kuangren smiled. How is that possible? I'm the great item spirit of the Vitality Pill Tome, Lil Tian. What kind of medicinal pill can stump me? Lil Tian then turned into a golden ray of light and entered the Rubik's Cube to search for the medicinal pill that Chu Kuangren needed. Not long after, a few medicinal pill manuals appeared in front of Chu Kuangren. The Supreme Clarity Pill, the Harmonious Spirit Rejuvenation Pill, and the Jade Marrow Golden Pill. The first two are Sage-grade medicinal pills, and the last one is a Boundary Sage-grade medicinal pill. They all meet your requirements, Master, Lil Tian said proudly. Well done. Chu Kuangren smiled in satisfaction. Then, he thought of something and took out the soul rejuvenation herb that he obtained from the serpent deity's treasury. Do you know what this is? This is the soul rejuvenation herb. Lil Tian looked at the soul rejuvenation herb and exclaimed. Chapter 402. That's the soul benefiting grass. Little Tian exclaimed. He circled around the soul benefit grass and said, This soul benefit grass is an extremely rare treasure medicine that can be used on the soul. If you can refine it into a treasure pill, it can nourish the soul. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Do you have any pill recipes here? Of course there is. Waving his hand, Lil Tian produced a pill recipe. Yin Yang Soul Pill, using the soul-nourishing grass as the main ingredient, along with 33 kinds of yin and 16 kinds of yang herbs. Using the power of yin and yang, it can strengthen soul energy. Chu Kuangren glanced at the pill recipe. Other than the most precious soul benefit herb, the rest of the herbs were precious as well, but they were nothing to the current Black Heaven sect. He was fully capable of getting it. If I can successfully concoct this pill, my soul energy will be strengthened. At that time, I will be able to use the sovereign armament for a longer period of time. Chu Kuangren murmured as his eyes lit up. The monarch armament was his greatest trump card. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation, the amount of time he could use the imperial armament was not long. Thus, the consumption on his mind was simply too great. If he could strengthen his soul, he would naturally be able to use the imperial armament for a longer period of time. To him, this was undoubtedly a great benefit. If he wanted to do it, he did it. After learning about alchemy from Lil Tian, he found someone to get all the herbs needed to refine the yin-yang soul pill. Other than that, he was also preparing to refine a batch of pills that could quickly increase one's spiritual power cultivation. He was going to give them to Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others. For the next few days, Chu Kuangren spent most of his time in the alchemy hall. Everyone could only see dense pill clouds appearing in the sky above the pill hall from time to time. Auspicious phenomena kept appearing. Approximately 7 days later, Chu Kuangren had successfully refined the yin-yang soul pill along with a few dozen bottles of pills that could increase one's spiritual power. He gathered Nangong Huang and the others in the towering Heaven Dao Palace. The reason I've gathered all of you here today is to give you something. Chu Kuangren looked at the Taoist before him and took out some medicinal pills. This is the Jade Marrow Golden Pill. It can quickly improve your spiritual power. Take it back and take one every 10 days. It will increase your spiritual power by more than 10 times. I want all of you to raise your cultivation base to the supreme honorable realm within a year. Can all of you do it? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Upon hearing his words, all the Taoists looked at each other. One had to know that Nangong Huang, who had the highest cultivation level among them, was only a mid-stage honorable. How could he reach the supreme, honorable realm within a year? This request was too harsh. However, no one doubted Chu Kuangren's words. Sure, Nangong Huang nodded and said solemnly, I'll definitely become an honorable supreme within a year. Murong Xian and the others also promised with a serious look on their faces. Chu Kuangren could see the determination in their eyes. He smiled in satisfaction. Very good. Then, he took out the Enlightened Heart Imperial Sutra and Eternal Imperial Sutra and said with a faint smile, These are 2 Imperial Sutras. I'll place them on the highest floor of the scripture depository. You guys can read them yourself. As soon as the Emperor's scripture appeared, a thick Emperor aura spread out. Everyone's expression changed, and they resisted with all their might. They stared at the Emperor's scripture in Chu Kuangren's hands in horror. Emperor's scripture? It was the imperial scripture that countless cultivators dreamed of. And there were 2 of them. Nangong Huang and the others were speechless. After all, the Emperor's inheritance had been lost in the firmament star for so many years, so Emperor's scriptures were too rare. However, Chu Kuangren had given away 2 of them once. Not many people from the unknown lands could afford to spend so much money like that. The Emperor's scripture is an Emperor's understanding of the Tao of cultivation. However, I still have to say that everyone's path of cultivation is different. Even an Emperor may not be completely suitable for you. Therefore, it's fine to comprehend it, but don't copy it completely. Cultivation depends on the individual. In my opinion, a cultivator's true achievement does not lie in becoming an emperor, but in finding their own Tao. Chu Kuangren said in a powerful voice. The moment he said that, Taoist rhymes seemed to reverberate in the sky. The sages in the depths of the Black Heaven sect seemed to have sensed it. They looked in the direction of the towering Heaven Palace with a thoughtful look on their faces. Just a few words have caused the Tao to resonate. I'm afraid the sect leader's understanding of the Tao has far surpassed that of the sages. Black Heaven's second forefather said emotionally. That's not surprising. The sect leader has killed sages as if they were dogs. I don't believe that his understanding of the Tao is below that of a sage. Black Heaven's third forefather chuckled. That's true. Inside the towering Heaven Palace, Chu Kuangren seemed to have realized something after he said those words. His understanding of the Tao was too deep. After all, there weren't many people like him who could possess 4 Emperor scriptures and completely comprehend them. In terms of understanding of the Tao alone, he was not much weaker than an emperor. The only thing he lacked was that he had yet to find his own Tao. This was something he was still trying to figure out. After giving some instructions, Chu Kuangren took out some of the treasures he obtained from the serpent deity's treasury and distributed some to Nangong Huang and the others. Before they left, Nangong Huang and the others were beaming with joy. Today's trip was undoubtedly a great fortune for them. Not to mention the others, just the jade marrow golden pills alone were already extremely amazing. Even if they searched through all the sage orthodoxies, they would not be able to find more than a handful of them. However, each of them had 3 bottles each, and each bottle contained 12 pills. Not to mention the 2 emperor scriptures. Anything that could be related to an emperor was a great opportunity of fortune, let alone the emperor's scriptures that recorded the emperor's understanding of the Tao of cultivation. It could be said to be one of the most precious emperor-grade treasures. Lan Yu, this is as far as we can go. Nangong Huang said to Lan Yu, who was sending them to the door. Lan Yu looked at them from the door with a serious look in her pale blue eyes. Don't let Master down. The few of them were shocked when they heard her words. They only knew that their trip to the towering Heaven Palace was a fruitful one, so they were immersed in joy. However, they had neglected the deeper meaning behind Chu Kuangren's actions. He had given them supreme pills, emperor scriptures, and all kinds of treasures. If he did not have such great expectations for them, why would he spend so much effort to nurture them? At that thought, everyone's expression gradually became solemn. We won't let you down, sect leader. That's right. From tomorrow onward, I'll double my training. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others said. They were Taoists of the Black Heaven sect, and they could be said to be the future pillars of the Black Heaven sect. Not to mention the high expectations that Chu Kuangren had placed on them. Just their identity as Taoists alone was enough for them to work hard. Inside the towering Heaven Palace, Chu Kuangren stood under a tree. Wan Yu walked up to him. Master, Nangong Huang and the others have left. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. I understand. The situation in Firmament Star is changing, and as the center of the storm, I'll become the target of everyone sooner or later. Nangong Huang and the others are shouldering the future of the Black Heaven sect, so I hope they can grow faster and take charge of things on their own. He took out a yin and yang ring and handed it to Lan Yu. I prepared these for you. They'll be beneficial to your cultivation. Thank you, Master. Lan Yu gripped the yin and yang ring tightly, her eyes flashing with determination. She desired to become stronger more than anyone else. Only then could she continue to help Chu Kuangren. Chapter 403. After giving Nangong Huang and the others some instructions, Chu Kuangren also planned to go into closed-door meditation and consume the yin-yang soul pill to improve his soul energy. While he was in closed-door meditation, in the outside world, in the unknown lands at the Heavenly Golden Palace. I see. The current Heavenly Golden Palace Lord, Sage Ruler Zhongguang, was holding an ancient book in his hands. He seemed to have understood something as he laughed heartily. Purple Void Sage walked up to him and asked curiously, Palace Lord, why are you so happy? Purple Void, didn't you tell me a few days ago that you wanted to do something to Chu Kuangren? Sage Ruler Zhang Guang chuckled. Indeed, but didn't you say that Chu Kuangren might be in contact with the Headless Lady and that you've canceled your plan to target him? Purple Void Sage said helplessly. He did not know that Chu Kuangren was in contact with the Headless Lady. If things went south, they would be in big trouble. No matter how displeased they were with Chu Kuangren, they would not dare to mess with the entire Heavenly Golden Palace. Cancel? How can we cancel it? Sage Ruler Zhang Guang sneered. This person's existence has broken the balance. We must get rid of him, but before that, we must have a foolproof plan. I've been studying the Headless Lady's record for the past few days, and I've finally found a clue about Chu Kuangren's trump card. Purple Void Sage's eyes lit up. What do you mean, Palace Lord? Go and inform the sect leaders of Acheron Manor, Ethereal Rapture, Craggy Ocean Tower, and other orthodoxies to gather here. It's time to get rid of Chu Kuangren. Sage Ruler Zhang Guang said coldly. Yes. Not long after, a few ancient bronze mirrors appeared in the Heavenly Golden Palace's Great Hall. A few rays of light shot out from the mirrors and formed into a few figures. They were the sect leaders of the unknown lands. The Craggy Ocean Tower Lord, Acheron Manor Lord, and the others had all appeared in the Heavenly Golden Palace in their spiritual thought forms. It was a secret technique that allowed the unknown lands to communicate with each other. It was only used during important meetings. Brother Zhang Wang, did something happen to summon us with the mirror technique? A middle-aged man with graying temples asked. This person was the Tower Master of the mysterious Moon Tower in the unknown lands. I've gathered all of you here because there's a matter that needs to be resolved. That Chu Kuangren cannot be allowed to live any longer, Sage Ruler Zhongguang said. Hearing this, the sect leaders looked at each other. A gray-robed elder, who was the Craggy Ocean Tower Lord, said, Chu Kuangren's existence is indeed a threat. However, Chu Kuangren's strength is frightening, and he might not be any weaker than anyone here. On top of that, he also has the Headless Lady to rely on. How are you going to deal with him, Brother Zhongguang? At the mention of the Headless Lady, a man with a golden scale on his forehead instantly turned grim. He snorted and said, I don't think I need to tell you how terrifying that Headless Lady is. If we don't deal with her, how are we going to deal with Chu Kuangren? Ruin's Master, of course I have the confidence to invite you here. Sage King Zhang Guang chuckled. The eyes of the others lit up. Does Taoist Zhang Guang have a way to deal with the Headless Woman? How is that possible? That woman must have been an emperor when she was alive. How could the Heavenly Golden Palace possibly handle her? What in the world is going on? The sect leaders were in disbelief. Although the unknown lands were said to have a strong foundation, they did not have many emperors. It was impossible for them to deal with an emperor. Otherwise, the bottomless chasm would not have been so badly injured. The Heavenly Golden Palace may not be able to handle the Headless Lady, but the Black Heaven sect is even more unlikely. Sage King Zhongguang said. What do you mean? The Dark Moon and Lord asked. I've looked through the ancient records. The Headless Lady has appeared a few times in history. According to the records, the Headless Lady behaves oddly, as if she's looking for her head. Before Chu Kuangren, the Headless Lady first appeared several tens of thousands of years ago. She had an encounter with a boundary emperor and severely injured that boundary emperor. According to the records, that boundary emperor had a woman's head in his possession. That boundary emperor then fled to the outer seas, and there has been no news of him ever since. If I'm not mistaken, the nameless island that appeared not long ago was the residence of that boundary emperor. He had the Headless Lady's head, and the island's appearance caused the Headless Lady to reappear. I'm sure everyone knows that Chu Kuangren obtained an opportunity of fortune on that island. I'm guessing that the opportunity of fortune is the Headless Lady's head. When Chu Kuangren severely injured the bottomless chasm previously, he used that head to lure the Headless Lady to the outer seas. That's his greatest source of confidence, Sage King Zhongguang explained. The crowd fell into deep thought after they heard that. Chu Kuangren may not be able to control the Headless Lady, but he has this weapon in his hands. That's enough to make us hesitate. However, if we join forces and attack the Black Heaven sect, no matter how crazy Chu Kuangren is, he won't dare to summon the Headless Lady here. Because if the Headless Lady appears in the Black Heaven sect, the Black Heaven sect will be as good as gone. Sage King Zhongguang continued. He had more or less analyzed the Headless Lady, and he made it clear that he wanted the unknown lands to join him in attacking the Black Heaven sect. That way, they could eliminate the threat that was Chu Kuangren once and for all. Since Chu Kuangren dared not summon the Headless Lady, then I shall not let this matter rest so easily. Count me in for the Black Heaven sect's annihilation. The great chasm dweller of the bottomless chasm said, My Empyrean walker from Acheron Manor has died in Chu Kuangren's hands. I intend to settle this score with him as well. The Acheron Manor Lord also accepted sage ruler Zhongguang's invitation. The others looked at each other and seemed to be hesitating. Count Ethereal Rapture in. Master Taoist Yun Tao of Ethereal Rapture said calmly. The thought of Chu Kuangren taking away so many premium chalcedonies made him grit his teeth in anger. Of course, he would not let go of such a great opportunity to get rid of Chu Kuangren. Everyone, Chu Kuangren is too much of a threat. We must succeed this time. Therefore, the more power, the better. Sage King Zhongguang looked at the remaining sect leaders and said, This matter is of great importance. Let us think about it. The craggy ocean tower lord said, All right, please give me an answer in 3 days. If there's no reply in 3 days, we'll assume that you're not participating in this operation. Sage ruler Zhongguang said, All right, understood. The sect leaders replied one by one before their spiritual thought transformations dispersed. Inside the craggy ocean tower, the craggy ocean tower lord was still hesitating. Chu Kuangren is an unfathomable person. Who knows how many trump cards he has up his sleeves? Besides, he has the Headless Lady's head in his hands. What if he goes berserk and kills everyone? This matter is of great importance, so I must think about it carefully. At that moment, a young man walked into the palace. Yuan Xian, why are you back? The craggy ocean tower lord was surprised. Yuan Xian was the craggy ocean tower's new Empyrean walker after Li Zhe's death. Honorable teacher, I'm back because I found out who killed senior brother Li Zhe, Yuan Xian said solemnly. Who is it? A murderous intent flashed across the craggy ocean tower lord's eyes. Chu Kuangren. Chapter 404. Chu Kuangren. Yuan Xian said in a serious tone. The craggy ocean tower lord was taken aback. What? How could it be him? Senior brother Li Zhe used to be a member of the Nine-Head clan. After I left the mountain, I went there to investigate. Although I didn't find any useful clues, I heard that the crown prince of the royal Azure dynasty, Guchanga, had betrayed them and stolen the nine-headed snakelet pearl. I thought that it might be related to senior brother Lizay. That's why I secretly investigated and found out that during that period of time, Chu Kuangren had been to the royal Azure dynasty. He was also the one who retrieved the nine-headed snakelet pearl. It's highly likely that the nine-headed snakelet pearl was taken from senior brother Lizay instead of Guchanga. I'm 80% sure that Chu Kuangren was the one who killed senior brother Lizay, Yuan Xian said confidently. The craggy ocean tower lord's expression turned grim at that, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Chu Kuangren, I didn't want to participate in this operation, but you've killed my beloved disciple. If you don't die, I won't be able to appease the hatred in my heart. On the other side, at the sacred palace of death, the sacred palace lord, who was shrouded in a gray robe and emanated a strange aura of death, was holding a meeting. Everyone was discussing the operation to annihilate the Black Heaven sect. Palace Lord, Chu Kuangren must die. An elder said, if he doesn't die, he'll monopolize the opportunities of fortune of emperors from now on, and no one else will stand a chance. That's right. The era of great battles cannot tolerate such an anomaly. Besides that, the previous Sage Palace Protector, the Blacklight Sage, once possessed an extremely powerful gluttonous devouring technique. This technique is now in Chu Kuangren's hands. Since this is the Sage Palace's technique, we must retrieve it. That's right. More than 80% of the Sacred Palace of Death elders agreed to annihilate the Black Heaven sect, and the Sacred Palace Lord himself agreed as well. In the deep sea, a beam of dazzling blue light soared into the sky, and all kinds of magnificent scenery of the deep sea appeared in the void. Among them, the most shocking were the numerous palaces that rose and fell one after another. Their shape could be said to be the work of the gods. They were incomparably gorgeous, dignified, and filled with the vicissitudes of history. Those were the buildings that had stood for countless years. This was the most mysterious and ancient kingdom at the bottom of the sea, the ultimate. And today, the sinkhole had appeared. We are the sinkhole. It has been more than 116,000 years since we were founded. Today, those who are fated can enter the sinkhole to cultivate, almost at the same time. In the Black Warrior domain of the Firmament Star, a sudden burst of dense Taoist rhymes erupted from the top of a mountain, spreading across half of the Firmament Star. A magnificent palace appeared from the void and landed on the mountain peak. We are the Heavenly Golden Palace. It has been more than 108,000 years since we were founded. Today, those who are fated may join our orthodoxy. Firmament Star, Vermilion Bird Domain. In an incomparably silent forest, a large amount of gray death chi gushed out. Wherever it went, the entire mountain range turned into a land of death. A sinister and treacherous black castle appeared in the depths of the cold. We are the sacred temple of death. It has been 43,000 years since we were founded. Today, those who enter our orthodoxy can transcend life and death. We are the craggy ocean tower. We are ethereal rapture. One sonorous voice after another resounded throughout the Firmament Star. The Heavenly Golden Palace, the sinkhole, the craggy ocean tower, the ethereal rapture, the sacred temple of death, and several other unknown lands appeared at the same time. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. F***CKME. The unknown lands have completely appeared. What's going on? Why is it happening so suddenly? This is going to be interesting. Once the unknown lands have completely appeared, the current status quo will be broken. The sage orthodoxies of the past will no longer be the rulers of the Firmament Star. These sage orthodoxies only have two choices. They can either attach themselves to the unknown lands, or they can maintain the status quo. However, a lot of cultivation resources will definitely be taken by these unknown lands. If any conflicts occur, it's even possible that they'll be wiped out. Yet times have changed. The complete appearance of the unknown lands was shocking. Many people were guessing what these orthodoxies would do next. Would they expand their territory, or would they recruit some new members? However, before the crowd could figure out the reason, these orthodoxies made a move again. This time, it shocked everyone. The sinkhole has appeared. Destroy the Black Heaven sect first. A cold voice came from the deep sea. The heavenly golden palace has appeared. Destroy the Black Heaven sect first. A sonorous voice echoed throughout the sky above the mountain peak. The ethereal rapture has appeared. Destroy the Black Heaven sect first. On the same day, a few of the unknown lands that had appeared announced that they wanted to destroy the Black Heaven sect first. It was as if they had agreed on it. The purpose of their appearance was to destroy the Black Heaven sect. At that moment, the entire firmament star was in an uproar. Countless cultivators from various orthodoxies were paying close attention to the unknown land's next move. They want to destroy the Black Heaven sect as soon as they appear. These unknown lands sure have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Tis TSK. I guess it's because of Chu Kwangren. That's for sure. The Black Heaven sect itself isn't that strong, but they have an extremely talented Chu Kwangren who single-handedly suppressed all the sky prides in the world. Who else would they target if not him? Sigh, it's such a shame that Chu Kwangren doesn't know how to hide his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The Black Heaven sect's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. With so many unknown lands joining forces, even 10 Black Heaven sects will be destroyed. Chu Kwangren alone won't be enough to stop them. The orthodoxies had different attitudes. Some felt sorry for Chu Kwangren, while others were gloating. Especially the Overlord Sage tribe, Linghu clan, and other orthodoxies who already had a grudge against Chu Kwangren. They were even more gloating. Haha, that arrogant Chu Kwangren has finally tasted the bitter pill this time. Not only him, but the entire Black Heaven sect is going to be destroyed because of him. The Overlord Sage tribe leader laughed excitedly. Chu Kwangren, I can't believe this day has come for you. The Linghu clan's head looked in the direction of the Black Heaven sect with a smile on his face. He then said to an elder, "Spread the word that the Linghu clan is willing to follow the unknown lands to destroy the Black Heaven sect." Yes. Following the Linghu clan's announcement, the other orthodoxies who had a grudge against the Black Heaven sect also saw an opportunity. This Linghu clan's head is really cunning. Not only is this a good opportunity to take revenge on the Black Heaven sect, but it's also a good opportunity to build a relationship with the unknown lands and make a name for themselves. Quickly, send someone to the Heavenly Golden Palace. Tell them that the Overlord Sage tribe is willing to join them in attacking the Black Heaven sect. Spread the word that the Thunder Falcon tribe is also willing to be the vanguard of the Black Heaven sect. The Sky Emperor Palace will not shirk our responsibility in attacking the Black Heaven sect. Chu Kwangren killed the serpent deity of the outer seas, so the 36 oceanic islands will never forgive him. We are also willing to join this operation. And the 8 Wind Palace. The forces who had a grudge against the Black Heaven sect wanted to take this opportunity to seek revenge and build a relationship with the unknown lands. Even some forces who had no grudge against the Black Heaven sect did not want to miss this opportunity to build a relationship with the unknown lands. As one force after another spread the word, the cultivators of the world were dumbfounded. It was as if the Black Heaven sect had become the most heinous existence in the world overnight, and everyone wanted to kill them. The Black Heaven sect was now the enemy of the entire world. Chapter 405. Destroy the Black Heaven sect first. That was the declaration made by the unknown lands after they appeared. Immediately after that, various forces that were trying to seek revenge or seek connections with the unknown lands announced that they would attack the Black Heaven sect together. This included the Overlord Sage tribe, the Linghu clan, the Sky Emperor Palace, and other Sage orthodoxies. Even the 36 oceanic islands came to join in the fun. If it was in the past, they would not have dared to provoke the Black Heaven sect even if they were given 10 guts. However, things are different now. With several unknown lands leading the charge to attack the Black Heaven sect, they believed that the Black Heaven sect was doomed. Almost everyone in the world thought so. The Black Heaven sect was now the enemy of the entire world. Defeat and death were almost certain. No matter how strong Chu Kuangren was, it would be impossible for him to turn the tide of the battle. As the encirclement of the Black Heaven sect grew, countless cultivators spread the news. The whole firmament star was as lively as the new year. Everyone was ready to watch. Instead of witnessing the destruction of the Black Heaven sect, they wanted to witness the fall of the sky pride that had shocked the entire era. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A single person has suppressed the sky prides of an entire era, yet he still can't fight against the entire world. Chu Kuangren, what a shame. I know, right? However, only with his death can the other sky prides have a chance to become emperors. Otherwise, who can compete with him? No one can suppress him. The reason why he failed was because he was too outstanding and attracted the hostility of the entire world. He lost because of the current situation. Countless people were lamenting and feeling sorry for him. Countless cultivators rushed towards the Black Heaven sect. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a legendary talent, conjurer. Huh. Chu Kuangren had just come out from his closed-door meditation when he drew a legendary talent. That piqued his curiosity. He opened his inventory and looked at the introduction. A conjurer was a very special and ancient existence. A long time ago in the firmament star, conjurers had a glorious time. They did not cultivate their spiritual power or physical body. They only cultivated their thoughts. They could live or die with a single thought. They could bloom or wither with a single thought. With a single thought, he could summon wind and thunder, and with a single thought, he could seal thousands of miles in ice. However, as the psychic masters had violated certain taboos, they incurred the wrath of the heavens. From then on, psychic talent became an extremely rare existence, and the legacy of the psychic masters was gradually lost in history. It looks very powerful, Chu Kuangren said as he rubbed his chin. He extracted the talent. Suddenly, an incomparably mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, Chu Kuangren felt that his spiritual thoughts seemed to have undergone some inexplicable and peculiar changes. He did not know what this change was, but this kind of feeling was very fascinating. He felt as if his spiritual thoughts had come alive and were operating more smoothly than before. It was no longer just an extension of his vision. With a thought from Chu Kuangren, the teacup in front of him floated into the air on its own without him using any spiritual power at all. All of this was because of a single thought of his. Is this a psychic, manipulating spiritual thoughts, using invisible mind power to do tangible things? Chu Kuangren felt as if his mind power had transformed into an extension of his five senses and even his limbs. It was as if it was equivalent to another him. His mind power spread out and covered more than half of the Black Heaven sect. He could clearly see everyone in the Black Heaven sect, hear every word they said, and even smell the faint fragrance in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the Black Heaven sect cafeteria had begun its meal. Besides being an extension of his five senses, Chu Kuangren also felt that he could use his mind power for other things, such as touching others. His spiritual thoughts quickly retreated like a tidal wave. This is really not bad. Chu Kuangren smiled with a satisfied look on his face. He was now only at the beginner level of a psychic. The introduction said that high-level psychic masters could even use their mind power to do all kinds of incredible things. It's a pity that I only obtained the psychic talent, but not the techniques related to it. Otherwise, I can use my spiritual thoughts to their fullest potential. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said. After that, Chu Kuangren came out of his closed-door meditation. As soon as he came out, Elder Ruyin and the others hurriedly came to find him and told him about the few great unknown lands. Chu Kuangren was not surprised after hearing that. Ever since he obtained the Qian Imperial Palace's inheritance, he had vaguely guessed that this would happen. These shameless sects are finally not hiding anymore. They're planning to go public and fight the Black Heaven sect head-on. And those so-called sage orthodoxies, they're just a bunch of clowns. How dare they come out and cause trouble instead of staying put. Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin and laughed. The few elders beside him could not help but want to cry. Sect leader, how can you still laugh at a time like this? The few great unknown lands have said that they want to destroy the Black Heaven sect. Now that everyone in the Black Heaven sect is panicking, what should we do? Elder Ruyan said. This is an opportunity. Chu Kuangren chuckled. An opportunity? Yes, spread the word that the Black Heaven sect disciples who are thinking of leaving should pack their things and leave immediately. However, once they step out of the Black Heaven sect, they will have nothing to do with us anymore. Chu Kuangren said, people say that a friend in need is a friend indeed. This was an opportunity to get rid of the weeds. Only the disciples who were willing to face the pressure and face the difficulties together with the Black Heaven sect were worthy of being nurtured. Elder Rian also understood what Chu Kuangren meant. Sect leader, do you really have a way to deal with this? Elder Ruyan asked hesitantly. It was a good idea to use this pressure to select the disciples, but the premise was that the Black Heaven sect could survive this crisis. Otherwise, the Black Heaven sect would die along with a group of loyal disciples. What? You don't have faith in me? Chu Kuangren smiled. Sect leader, it's not that we don't have faith in you, but this is too difficult. There are a few unknown lands and a bunch of sage orthodoxies. If they all attack together, even 10 Black Heaven sects won't be enough to kill them. The Black Heaven sect is practically the world's enemy this time. One of the elders smiled bitterly and said, faced with such a situation, anyone would feel hopeless. I know you're afraid and panicking, but please believe that as long as I'm here, the Black Heaven sect will not perish. Chu Kuangren said in a powerful voice. Looking at his determined gaze, Elder Rian and the others took a deep breath and chose to believe in him. We're willing to live and die with you. Sect leader, I've been the Black Heaven sect for thousands of years. This is my home. Even if I die, I'll die here. Sect leader, I'll go and prepare for the defense. Black Heaven sect, in front of the Longevity Hall. Countless disciples had gathered together. They were all waiting for Chu Kuangren to appear and give them an explanation. However, the person who appeared was Elder Ruyan. Everyone, I believe I don't need to explain the situation that the Black Heaven sect is facing now. The sect leader has said that those who are willing to live and die with the Black Heaven sect can stay. Those who are unwilling can go to the storehouse to collect some soul stones and leave, Elder Ruyan said loudly. Many people fell silent after hearing that. Chapter 406. Elder Rian did, as Chu Kuangren said, and gave the disciples the right to choose. This action worried many of the higher-ups. What would happen if they all ran away? One had to know. This time, it was not like any other crisis in the past. The enemies they faced this time were many times stronger than the Black Heaven sect. Almost no one believed that the Black Heaven sect could win. Humans were always selfish in the face of death. No matter how much affection they had for the Black Heaven sect, it was inevitable that they would be swayed in the face of death. After Elder Ruyan released the news, the Black Heaven sect fell into chaos. Many disciples discussed among themselves. Some wanted to leave, while others wanted to stay. The Black Heaven sect has always treated us well. How can we abandon the Black Heaven sect now? I can't bring myself to do such a thing. Not leaving? Are we just going to wait for death here? That's right. Even if we leave, there will still be people coming to pay their respects to the Black Heaven sect. If everyone dies, there won't be anyone to pay their respects to in the future. How sad would that be? Besides, I don't want to die here. I grew up without parents. It was the elders who brought me to the Black Heaven sect. This is my home. I won't go anywhere else. You bunch of ingrates. If you want to leave, go on your own. Is it wrong for us to be afraid of death? The sect leader said that he would give us a choice. Well, why do you have to call us ingrates? The entire Black Heaven sect was in a state of chaos. Those who wanted to leave and those who wanted to stay almost fought each other. In the end, Elder Ruyan and the others came out to suppress the situation. Those who want to leave, the Black Heaven sect won't blame you. Those who want to stay and live and die with the Black Heaven sect, gather in front of the Longevity Hall tomorrow morning. Elder Rian said to the disciples. The next day, in front of the longevity hall, Elder Rian and the others gathered together. Today was the day to determine how many people would stay in the Black Heaven sect. To be honest, they were a little nervous. After all, the enemies that the Black Heaven sect had to face this time were too many and too strong. There was almost no chance of winning. Even if all the disciples left, it was not impossible. Not many would stay and participate in a battle that was certain death. The area in front of the longevity hall was empty and desolate. Elder Rian sighed softly. Is there no one? Sigh. This battle's disparity is too great. These disciples are all youngsters with great futures ahead of them. It's good that they didn't stay. An elder sighed. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and the first rays of the morning sun shone upon the longevity hall. Not far away, a few figures walked over. They were Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, Jun Yi, and a few other Taoists. Behind them was a dense crowd of Black Heaven sect disciples, one after another. They walked over in the morning light, their faces full of determination. Elder Rian and the others wore gratified smiles on their faces. Great! These little bastards have guts. Nangong Huang and the other Taoists brought all the disciples who were willing to stay and fight in the Black Heaven sect to the longevity hall. Elder, we are willing to live and die with the Black Heaven sect. Nangong Huang said firmly to Elder Rian. I'm willing to live and die with Black Heaven sect. I'm willing to live and die with Black Heaven sect. The group of disciples said firmly. Since they had already decided to stay, they had already cast aside life and death. Creak. The doors of the longevity hall opened. Everyone looked over. Chu Kuangren slowly walked out and looked at the disciples in front of him with a smile on his face. I promise everyone here that as long as you and I are here, the Black Heaven sect will not perish. Hearing his words, everyone felt a sense of security in their hearts. The Black Heaven sect will not perish. That's right. As long as the sect leader is here, there's nothing we can't overcome. Ayaya. Looking at the sect leader's face, I'm willing to die even if you want me to. I don't want to leave the sect leader behind. Sister, you are absolutely right. Then, Elder Rian did a head count. Many people came, but many left as well. There were more than 10,000 people left, which was less than 1/10 of the original Black Heaven sect. However, Chu Kuangren was already very satisfied with this. These disciples were the ones he would focus on training in the future. Apart from the internal changes in the Black Heaven sect, following the news of the Unknown Lands plan to attack the Black Heaven sect, some of the forces related to the Black Heaven sect also made their moves. For example, some of the affiliated forces of the Black Heaven sect. In the eyes of many affiliated forces, the Black Heaven sect would not be able to turn the tide this time, so they all expressed their intention to cut ties with the Black Heaven sect. The Black Heaven sect could not be bothered to respond to them. However, there were also some reliable affiliated forces, such as the Horizon Wing sect that Chu Kuangren had rescued in the past. The Snowstorm sect expressed that they would live and die with the Black Heaven sect, and they even sent many people to the Black Heaven sect. Besides that, two of the Black Heaven sect's allies, the School of White Lotus and the Royal Azure Dynasty, also made their moves. Among them, the School of White Lotus's sage personally headed to the Black Heaven sect. However, she did not bring anyone with her. She knew very well that with the Black Heaven sect's current situation, even if she brought the entire School of White Lotus, it would be useless against anyone below the sage level. She might as well head there alone to support them. The Royal Azure Dynasty. In the palace, Empress Ling Long sat on the throne. In the Grand Hall, there were many ministers. Your Majesty, the Black Heaven sect is our ally. Now that they're in danger, we cannot just sit by and do nothing. I'm willing to lead an army to support them. One of the generals stepped forward and said. The general was a straightforward person. In his opinion, Chu Kuangren had helped the Royal Azure Dynasty a lot, helping the Royal Azure Dynasty king overcome his ascension and retrieving the nine-headed snakelet pearl. In addition to their original alliance, it was only right for them to help. Foolish. At that moment, an elder scolded. The Black Heaven sect's current situation is no longer something we can interfere with. Not to mention the unknown lands. Just the 36 oceanic islands alone have a bunch of sages. What can those few troops of yours do? Even if we go, we'll just die in vain. Besides, if the unknown lands find out that the Royal Azure Dynasty is helping the Black Heaven sect, do you know how many people will die because of that? With the unknown lands methods, they can easily wipe out the Royal Azure Dynasty. The elders saw it clearly. The Black Heaven sect was already in a desperate situation. No one could save them. Are we just going to watch and do nothing? The general said unwillingly. No one in the world can save the Black Heaven sect now. The elders sighed softly. Your Majesty, please make a decision. As long as you say the word, I and 1,000,000 soldiers will follow you to the Black Heaven sect. The general looked at Empress Linglong and said, Your Majesty, do not be reckless. No one can save the Black Heaven sect. Even if the Royal Azure Dynasty sends out all their forces, it will be useless. Your Majesty, please think of the people. The elder immediately knelt on the ground with a thud. Empress Linglong looked at the elder and said, As a ruler, I must put the people first. I understand this. The Royal Azure Dynasty will not send out their troops. Minister Liu, please get up. Your Majesty is wise. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. He had already prepared himself to be executed by Empress Linglong. He knew that Empress Linglong and Chu Kuangren had a close relationship. If he stopped her from helping the Black Heaven sect, he would undoubtedly be disobeying her. However, for the sake of the people, he had no choice but to risk his life to persuade her. Fortunately, Her Majesty was much more rational than he thought. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Your Majesty, at that moment, a commotion broke out in the hall. Then, Empress Linglong took off the crown on her head and placed it on the throne, causing many officials to gasp in shock. As a ruler, I must put the people first. Therefore, I will not send out my troops, nor will I implicate the people. However, as a wife, it is my duty to go through thick and thin with my husband. From today onwards, I am no longer the ruler of the Royal Azure Dynasty. Everything I do has nothing to do with the Royal Azure Dynasty. No, I'm one of the Black Heaven sect. I'll leave the dynasty in your care. Empress Linglong smiled at the officials. Chapter 407. In the Black Heaven sect, just as Chu Kuangren was preparing to deal with the encirclement of the unknown lands, he suddenly felt an aura coming from outside the mountain gate. These auras are... Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. His figure disappeared from where he stood. He arrived at the mountain gate and saw that the Horizon Wing Sect Master and the Snow Wind Sect Master had each brought a group of people over. Sect Leader, we've brought reinforcements. Chu Kuangren glanced behind them. There were quite a few people. However, most of them were below the Exalt realm. So, not to mention the unknown lands, just any one of those sects that had participated in the operation to annihilate the Dark Sky sect would be able to crush them. If they really fought, they would just be sending themselves to death. Despite his complaints, Chu Kuangren was still grateful that the two sect masters had come to help him. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide charcoal in snowy weather. When the Black Heaven sect was at its peak, many forces wanted to suck up to them, and Chu Kuangren had seen it countless times. But when it came to a critical moment, not many of them could be relied on. Thank you, everyone. Please come in. Chu Kuangren led these people into the Black Heaven sect. Along the way, they saw that the Black Heaven sect had become much more deserted. After thinking about it carefully, they understood what was going on. But he didn't say anything. It had always been this way in the human heart to seek benefits and avoid harm, not to mention when it came to life and death. Please take a look. This is the gravity training field, the place where the Black Heaven sect disciples usually train. And that is the scripture library. Along the way, Chu Kuangren introduced them to everyone. The Horizon Wing Sect Master and the Snow Gale Sect Master could not help but feel a little dumbfounded when they saw Chu Kuangren speaking so eloquently. Wasn't this an imminent catastrophe? Why does the sect leader still have such a leisurely mood? Well, sect leader, what's going on? The Horizon Wing sect master asked curiously. What do you mean, what's going on? Why don't you look nervous or scared? Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren chuckled. Afraid? We're not the ones who should be afraid. The ones who should be afraid haven't arrived yet. His eyes flickered with coldness. In that instant, the Horizon Wing sect master and the Snowgale sect master seemed to see an indescribable spirit from the young man before them. He dared to fight against the world without fear. Come, you two, let me show you around. Oh, my sect master, why are you still so carefree? At this moment, Elder Rian walked over from not too far away and said helplessly, What happened? Grandmaster Gu asked me to ask you, how many revival pills are you going to refine? And have you checked the mountain protecting array? Elder Rian asked helplessly. Right now, the entire Black Heaven sect was operating at a high intensity. Everyone knew that a great war was coming, and they all felt a sense of pressure. However, as the sect leader, Chu Kuangren seemed to be too relaxed. How could he be in the mood to show people around? If not for the fact that he was the sect leader, she would have given him a tight slap. Make as many good fortune pills as you can, just in case. As for the protective array, don't worry, I've already checked it. Really? Of course. But I just went to the Towering Heaven Palace. Why did I hear from Lil Bing that you've been staying in the palace all this while, and have just come out? In such a short amount of time, he had already finished inspecting the formation? You tricked me. The veins on Elder Rian's forehead bulged. Cough, cough. There's really no problem with the formation, Chu Kuangren said awkwardly. However, he was not lying. He had really checked the operation of the formation, but he did so in the Taoist palace using his spiritual thoughts. After acquiring the conjurer talent, his spiritual thoughts were no longer comparable to ordinary spiritual thoughts. Not only did it have incredibly sensitive senses, but it was also like an extension of his limbs that could be used to manipulate objects. Therefore, even though he was in the Taoist palace, his spiritual thoughts had already scanned the entire Black Heaven sect from top to bottom to ensure that there were no problems. However, Elder Rian still did not believe this. The conjurer's inheritance had been cut off a long time ago, so she probably had never even heard of it. How could she possibly know about such a thing? Sect leader, a great war is imminent. You should be more serious. Yes, Elder Rian. Chu Kuangren nodded and assumed the posture of sect leader. He said, Elder Rian, Snowgale sect leader, Rising Sky Wing sect leader, and the others are here to reinforce the Black Heaven sect. Please make the necessary arrangements. The Black Heaven sect is very grateful that the two of you could come to our aid at such a crucial time. Please come with me, Elder Rian said. Sect leader, the Shang clan is here. At that moment, an elder walked over and said. Chu Kuangren heard that and looked not far away. He saw Shang Long leading a few people towards him. Greetings, sect leader Chu. Shang clan leader, why are you here? I heard that the Black Heaven sect needs help, so I'm here. Chu Kuangren looked behind him. Other than his wife, Lu Yun, there are only a few honorable realm cultivators. Even the Snowgale sect and the Horizon Wing sect could not compare to this scale. Although he had killed the Shang clan sage, there was still a sage orthodoxy in the past, so their foundation was still too weak. However, Chu Kuangren understood after some thought. He had single-handedly supported Shang Long, and his daughter, Shang Qingxue, was also in the Black Heaven sect. Hence, it was reasonable for him to come and help the Black Heaven sect. However, the same could not be said for the rest of the Shang clan. Chu Kuangren had killed the Shang clan sage, so those people wanted him dead. Why would they come and help him? It was not easy for Shang Long to bring these few people out from that kind of situation. They were probably his trusted aides. Thank you, Shang clan leader. Chu Kuangren smiled. I'll do what I can. Qingxue should be cultivating now. I'll get someone to bring you there later so you can catch up with her. Chu Kuangren called a disciple over and asked him to bring a few Shang clan members to Shang Qingxue. Brother Chu, you look pretty relaxed. A teasing voice came from the void. The immemorial sage of the school of White Lotus slowly walked out. "Oh, Brother Immemorial, I hope you've been well." Chu Kuangren smiled. "Brother Chu, the war is imminent, but I can see that the Black Heaven sect is in an orderly state. You even look relaxed, as if victory is within your grasp. Could it be that you have a way to deal with it?" "Huh. Taoist Qianyu, I don't think anyone would believe you." The 36 Oceanic Islands, the Overlord Sage Tribe, the Linghu Clan, the Sky Emperor Palace, the 8 Wind Palace, and the other Sage Orthodoxies, coupled with a few unknown lands, all of them want me dead. Chu Kuangren laughed. "If it were anyone else, they would definitely die. But for some reason, I always feel that you have a plan." "Brother Chu, you've created many miracles over the years," Immemorial Sage said. These were indeed her heartfelt words. "Immemorial Sage, you've overestimated me. However, I do have some confidence," Chu Kuangren said. "Really?" Immemorial Sage was shocked. The fact that Chu Kuangren had a plan in the face of such a hopeless situation shocked her. "You'll know when the time comes." Chu Kuangren did not say much. Then, a few sages from the Black Heaven sect appeared to welcome Immemorial Sage. Not long after, another sage arrived. It was the sage behind the royal Azure dynasty. Gu Linglong also came along. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene had goosebumps. In the Alliance army, one of the immortal boats was particularly special. Compared to the tens of thousands of people on the other immortal boats, this immortal boat was not only the largest and most luxurious, but there were also not many people on it. This was the Heavenly Golden Palace's ferry boat. At this moment, the leaders of the 6 unknown lands were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. "After I kill Chu Kuangren, I won't ask for anything else. I've heard that there's a godly phoenix in the Black Heaven sect, and I want that godly phoenix," the craggy Ocean Tower Lord said. The others frowned. "Aren't you a little too arrogant? How can you monopolize an existence like the godly phoenix?" Master Taoist Yun Tao said in dissatisfaction. "Indeed, we can't let you monopolize the godly phoenix," the Acheron Manor Lord said. "The craggy Ocean Tower Lord is the best at taming beasts. Besides us, who else among you has the confidence to tame the godly phoenix?" The craggy Ocean Tower Lord said calmly. "Even if we can't tame the godly phoenix, a divine beast carcass is still very valuable," the Sacred Palace of Death Palace Lord said with a smile. The others' eyes lit up when they heard that. The skin, fur, bones, and blood of a divine beast were all rare treasures. "How about this? You can have the divine beast carcass, but I want the divine beast's soul." "How's that?" the craggy Ocean Tower Lord said. Since they could not obtain the complete godly phoenix, it was not a bad idea to bring its soul back and refine it into a craggy ocean bestial soul. The others looked at each other when they heard that. "Sure, then the craggy Ocean Tower will benefit from it. Then the bottomless chasm wants the Empyrean Neptune's halberd," a middle-aged man with a golden scale on his forehead said. He was the great chasm dweller of the bottomless chasm. He was also the first scaled king of the scaled tribe. He had heard about the Empyrean Neptune's halberd from the 36 Oceanic Islands. He had been longing for this legendary emperor weapon for a very long time. An emperor weapon? The bottomless chasm sure is greedy. That belongs to the scaled tribe anyway. That works too. In that case, the Acheron Manor wants all the cultivation techniques in the Black Heaven sect, including the Emperor techniques that Chu Kuangren has, the Acheron Manor Lord said. "I want an Emperor technique as well. Then I want the opportunities of fortune in the Qian Imperial Palace. We can't let you monopolize it." The sage rulers discussed among themselves. They were already planning how to divide the Black Heaven sect among themselves. It was as if they already had victory in their hands. In fact, that was what they were thinking too. After all, the 6 great unknown lands and an army of 1,000,000 cultivators would be able to take down a mere Black Heaven sect easily. No matter how strong Chu Kuangren was, there was no way he could turn the tide. "Everyone, please remember that our main goal for this trip is to kill Chu Kuangren. Everything else doesn't matter," but Chu Kuangren must die. I hope you all can remember this. Sage ruler Zhongguang said. Chu Kuangren was the biggest threat to them. The Black Heaven sect was only a side mission. Killing Chu Kuangren was their main goal. If Chu Kuangren did not die, all their efforts would be in vain. We understand, Master Taoist Yun Tao said. I brought the 9 profound heavens fire shroud with me for this mission. Once we enter the Black Heaven sect's territory, I'll activate this item to envelop the entire Black Heaven sect. Not even a sage ruler can escape. The Acheron Manor Lord smiled. The 9 profound heavens fire shroud was a boundary emperor weapon that was specifically used to trap people. It was one of Acheron Manor's trump cards, and they brought it with them to deal with Chu Kuangren. That's good. Sage ruler Zhongguang nodded. To deal with Chu Kuangren, they had not only brought 1,000 men with them, but they had also prepared many other tricks. Beside the 6 sage rulers, there were many others. They had heard their conversation and could not help but be speechless. 6 sage rulers had put in so much effort just to deal with someone who was below the level of a sage. Who would believe that? Nevertheless, it was the truth. Chu Kuangren, you must die. If you don't, the others will never have a chance to shine. Sage ruler Zhongguang looked in the direction of the Black Heaven sect with a complicated look in his eyes. Did he hate Chu Kuangren? Of course he did. After all, Chu Kuangren had killed one of his spiritual thought clones. However, that was not a big deal. Compared to hate, he now felt more admiration. That was right. That was admiration. He believed that the other Saint Kings were the same as him, and more or less felt the same way. After all, there were not many people like Chu Kuangren in history. His brilliance had shocked the entire era. They believed that even if they managed to kill Chu Kuangren this time, his name would be repeatedly mentioned in the history books. Chu Kuangren had truly left his name in history. Chapter 409. Black Heaven Sect. The Black Heaven Sect was in high gear as all the disciples were preparing for the upcoming battle. Outside, there were countless cultivators watching from the sidelines. They were there to witness the destruction of the Black Heaven Sect and the fall of Chu Kuangren, a sky pride of his generation. On a certain mountain peak, 12 people were gathered there. They were all sages, including the Taishu Temple's Taoist, the Thunder Temple's eminent monk, and the Underworld Palace's great demon. At this moment, they were looking in the direction of the Black Heaven sect with a strange look in their eyes. Do you guys think Chu Kuangren can survive this? An old man with a whisk in his hand, who was also a Taishu Temple's sage, asked. The Underworld Palace's sage beside him sneered and said, Survive? You think too highly of the Black Heaven sect. They only have 3 or 4 sages at most. So how can they survive this? How can Chu Kuangren defend against the unknown lands by himself? The others agreed with him too. The Taishu Temple sage was just making a casual remark, so he did not refute the Underworld Palace's sage's words. He too thought that the Black Heaven sect was doomed this time, so he could not help but shake his head and sigh. It's a shame that Chu Kuangren has been defeated by the current situation. Otherwise, with the speed of his rise, I'm afraid he would be invincible in less than 100 years. That's right. Indeed, even the Underworld Palace's sage, who had many grudges with Chu Kuangren, had to admit that he was extremely talented. However, he still said, it's a shame that this person is too arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for not knowing how to hide his strength. Look, they're here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and looked into the distance. Many ferry boats were flying over from the distance. Each ferry boat was filled with cultivators. They were densely packed together, and there were too many of them to count. An incomparably terrifying aura poured out from these immortal boats, like a tidal wave crashing into the void. The million-strong army of cultivators had arrived, and many of them were sages. The scene before them was so shocking that many people were dazed. Even the sages could not help but gulp in shock. There are so many cultivators. There must be at least 1 million of them. This is too shocking. The spectating cultivators near the Black Heaven sect were left speechless. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. It's over, it's over. This time, the Black Heaven sect is really done for. In the Black Heaven sect, Black Heaven's second forefather, third forefather, Xian Shi, Elder Rian, immemorial sage, and the others also saw the dense army of cultivators. All of them wore extremely solemn expressions on their faces. It's far more than I imagined. Most of them are cultivators from the 36 oceanic islands. They have the deepest grudge with the sect leader. I heard that the sect leader killed their snake god. One by one, the ferry boats surrounded the Black Heaven sect from all directions, forming a tight encirclement on the inside and outside. An endless amount of domineering aura enveloped the entire Black Heaven sect. Under this pressure, the disciples couldn't help but turn pale. Even the Tao children couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. Just the pressure alone was unbearable for them. How were they supposed to fight? Even if they were prepared to die, they could not help but feel hopeless and helpless. The difference in strength was just too great. Now, the Black Heaven sect had less than 10,000 disciples, while the enemy had a 1,000,000-strong army with many sages. On the other hand, excluding Chu Kuangren, the Black Heaven sect only had immemorial sage, Black Heaven's second forefather, third forefather, Fairfrost sage, and one from the royal Azure dynasty. There was no way they could fight. A terrifying, domineering aura emanated from the Cultivator army. Black Heaven's second forefather, third forefather, and the other sages also channeled their domineering auras to help the crowd resist the pressure, but it seemed like it was not enough. The number of sages on the enemy's side far exceeded theirs. A few people walked out from one of the ferry boats. Each of them had a powerful sage Taoist rhyme flowing around them. Besides the unknown lands, there were the strongest sages from the other orthodoxies who came to participate in the war. Overlord Sage Tribe's forefather, Sky Emperor Sage Li, 8 Wind Palaces Celestial Sage, and those two are the Outer Seas Solar and Lunar Sages. They're the 2 strongest sages in the Outer Seas. These people aren't any weaker than great saints, Yichin said with a smile. They've all gathered together to deal with Chu Kuangren. Many people were amazed when they saw these sages. Black Heaven's second forefather looked at the sages with a solemn expression. One should know that any one of these people would be enough to deal with the Black Heaven sect, let alone all of them gathered together. Sages of the Black Heaven sect, surrender now and let Chu Kuangren die. Perhaps we can spare your lives. A sage in a black robe said calmly. This person was the Overlord Sage, Tribe's Greylord Sage. I can't believe the Overlord Sage Tribe's strongest cultivator would one day be reduced to a dog. What a joke, Black Heaven's second forefather said. However, Greylord Sage's expression did not change. Chu Kuangren has committed many evil deeds. He deserves this. Sages of the Black Heaven sect, think about it carefully. If you let Chu Kuangren die, perhaps you can live. Do you think it's possible? Black Heaven's second forefather sneered. Looks like there's nothing left to talk about, Greylord Sage said. He took a step forward and unleashed a terrifying sage aura. The sages behind him also unleashed their auras. In an instant, the domineering aura above the Black Heaven sect intensified. The endless domineering aura covered everyone like a giant net. Even the Honorable Supremes could not help but turn pale. Many disciples trembled as if they were on the verge of kneeling. The Black Heaven sect must perish, Greylord Sage said indifferently. Bulsh *T. A cold roar was heard. A terrifying sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted from the Longevity Hall and turned into a solid purple sword shadow that shot up into the sky. The sharp and majestic domineering aura swept across and instantly tore the domineering aura net that was formed by the 1,000,000-strong Cultivator army into pieces. The disciples were relieved. Meanwhile, the 1,000,000-strong cultivators looked at the Longevity Hall solemnly. The doors of the hall opened, and a white-robed figure slowly stepped out. He wore a white robe, a jade crown, and a gorgeous ancient sword. It was Chu Kuangren who walked out of the hall. Behind him, there were also 2 equally beautiful women. One was as pure and holy as a goddess, while the other was as elegant and beautiful as an empress. These two women were Lan Yu and Gu Linglong. They followed behind Chu Kuangren, fearlessly facing the million-strong Cultivator army. With every step Chu Kuangren took, the sword-based Taoist rhyme on his body intensified. By the time he arrived in front of the crowd, his domineering aura was so strong that it could overpower the million-strong Cultivator army. Like an endless gale, it danced wantonly in the void. Insolent and domineering. Perish the Black Heaven sect? Who gave you the guts to spout such nonsense? Is it because of the bunch of rotten fish and shrimps behind you? Chu Kuangren looked around coldly. His aura alone suppressed the entire battlefield. Even a million-strong Cultivator army could not suppress him. Chapter 410. Many people could not imagine what it would be like to single-handedly suppress a million-strong army. But today, many cultivators witnessed this scene. In front of the million-strong army, a white-robed man stood proudly with an ancient sword hanging from his waist and beautiful women by his side. Endless sword-based Taoist rhymes emanated from his body and filled every corner of the world. It was as if that white-robed man was the absolute center of the world. The million-strong army was speechless. There was a moment of silence as they looked at Chu Kuangren solemnly. Even if he was surrounded by his comrades, even if he was surrounded by enemies just like himself, even so, they did not feel safe, because the person in front of them was Chu Kuangren. Even in the face of death, you're still as arrogant as ever. Chu Kuangren, I can't help but admire you for that. At that moment, Greylord Sage's voice rang out. He stared coldly at Chu Kuangren with a hint of respect in his eyes, but more than that, it was filled with an unparalleled killing intent. However, I still stand by my words. Today, the Black Heaven sect must be destroyed. As for you, the sky pride of this generation, Chu Kuangren, you must die. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly and said, then I'll say the same thing. Do you think you can do it with just the likes of you? Do you think you're worthy? As soon as he said that, Chu Kuangren focused his sword fingers. A surge of Taoist rhymes erupted as the three great transformations of the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart erupted at the same time. In the distance, the Black Heaven sword mountain trembled as if it was summoned. One by one, the long swords rose into the air and surrounded the area. Terrifying sword chi instantly erupted and filled the area. Some cultivators who could not dodge in time were killed on the spot by this sword formation. In an instant, the area within a 10,000-mile radius of the Black Heaven sect was shrouded by an extremely powerful sword chi, making it difficult for anyone to get close. This is the Black Heaven sect's Black Heaven sword formation. Greylord Sage's expression froze. This is a sage-grade formation, coupled with Chu Kuangren's exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. Its power will multiply under his control. Heavenly Emperor Sage Li said. They looked at the giant ferry boat behind them. The leaders of this operation, the 6 sage rulers, were there. If you can't even deal with this sword formation, what use do we have for you? An indifferent voice came from the ferry boat. The sages looked at each other. Greylord Sage gritted his teeth. Prepare to break the array. If they wanted to take the opportunity to attach themselves to the unknown lands, they had to show their value. Otherwise, how could they cozy up to them? Meanwhile, on the ferry boat, a few sage rulers looked indifferent. Their gazes seemed to penetrate thousands of miles as they stared at Chu Kuangren, who was in front of the Black Heaven sect's longevity hall. Chu Kuangren seemed to have noticed it too. He looked towards the direction of the sage rulers in the army and smiled. His lips moved slightly as if he was trying to say something. Sage ruler Zhang Guan and the others could read his lips. Bring it on. The Saint Kings raised their eyebrows. Chu Kuangren, how dare you provoke us? I want to see how he's going to escape this calamity. Don/T panic. Let the Overlord Sage tribe and the 36 oceanic islands scout out Chu Kuangren first, Sage ruler Zhang Guang said. All right. The Saint Kings nodded. To them, This army of 1,000,000 cultivators was just so. The only value it had was that it was grand and spectacular. It looked more majestic, too. After all, they were here to destroy the Black Heaven sect for the whole world to see. Of course, they cannot look too shabby. At the same time, these people were used as cannon fodder to test how many trump cards Chu Kuangren had up his sleeves. I set up the 9 profound heavens fire barrier first. The Acheron Manor Lord said. All right. Inside the Black Heaven sect, Chu Kuangren stood in front of the Longevity Hall and activated the Black Heaven sect / mountain guarding formation. He curled his lips as he watched Grey Lord Sage and the others break the array. If these people want to break the array, they / have to put in a lot of effort. Brother Chu, the Black Heaven Sword formation may be strong, but I am afraid it won't / be a problem for the unknown lands. Immemorial Sage said worriedly. I don / plan to rely on this array to protect the Black Heaven sect. Chu Kuangren took out a celestial chalcedony stone tablet. This is what I am relying on. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in confusion. Only Elder Rian and the others had a thoughtful look on their faces. At that moment, a burst of red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a huge fiery red barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire Black Heaven sect. Chu Kuangren squinted his eyes at that. Oh, it seems like they afraid that we escape, so they trapped us first. He was not surprised. This time, the 6 sage rulers had joined forces to kill him. Naturally, they would have a foolproof plan, so they would not let him leave so easily. However, he had never thought of leaving anyway. Let /s see who /s more skillful then, Chu Kuangren said. Then he slammed his palm on the stone tablet beside him. The stone tablet shone brightly, and a wave of strange fluctuations spread out from the Longevity Hall to the entire Black Heaven sect. Suddenly, a large amount of clouds and mist appeared all over the Black Heaven sect. These clouds and mist shrouded the entire Black Heaven sect, so no one could see them. The sudden change was shocking. Where did these clouds and mist come from? These clouds and mist are strange. They can even block my spiritual thoughts. Does the Black Heaven Sword formation have such an effect? Strange. Everyone, be careful. The sages looked at each other. The 6 sages could not help but frown. Sage ruler Zhang Guang said, These clouds and mist seem to be a mysterious formation, but I can tell what grade it is. Strange. Are they trying to escape with the help of these clouds and mist? I already cast the 9 profound heavens fire barrier. They won be able to escape even if they re-powerful, the Acheron Manor Lord said confidently. Then let /s stick to the original plan. Let the Overlord Sage Tribe and the 36 Oceanic Islands go scout ahead, Sage Ruler Zhang Guang said. Meanwhile, Grey Lord Sage and the others were trying to break the formation as well. Against the Black Heaven Sword formation, they did not have many tricks up their sleeves. Even the sages' attacks could not break the formation. Everyone, if we don break the formation and let the Heavenly Golden Palace see our value, then we have come here for nothing, Grey Lord Sage said. Then he took out a bottle of medicinal pills and swallowed them. Then the energy on his body skyrocketed. I heard that the Overlord Sage Tribe has a secret medicine that can greatly increase the Overlord physique strength for a short period of time. Seems like a s true. Heavenly Emperor Sage, Li was amazed. Then, a golden seal appeared in his palm. A majestic aura emanated from it. It was a sage ruler weapon. This formation must be broken. The solar and lunar sages from the outer seas said in a low voice. The Taoist rhymes on their bodies flowed and converged in the void, forming an incredibly powerful solar and lunar energy. That s right. Not only do we have to break the formation, but we have to destroy the Black Heaven sect as well. Celestial Sage of 8 Wind Palace raised his hand and gathered the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. A terrifying mass of spiritual chi formed and smashed towards the sword formation. The others also activated their ultimate skills and attacked the sword formation. Brilliant heaven-shaking fist, solar and lunar double destruction, Heavenly Emperor's seal. Several terrifying energies crashed into the sword formation at the same time. The terrifying energy shook the entire sword formation and even the entire Black Heaven sect. Chapter 411. Several bursts of energy erupted at the same time. The peerless impact caused the entire profound heaven sword formation to tremble violently. Sword chi, the power of the sun and moon, and the power of the Saint Ruler armaments all erupted together, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the Grey Lord Sage, the Sun and Moon Sages, and the other sages. They were instantly blasted away by the astonishing energy. Even though they were all great sages, they were still severely injured. Puff, Grey Lord Sage, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying thousands of feet away. The Sun and Moon Sages were smashed into the mountain. Although Heavenly King Li Sheng did not suffer much damage, cracks had already appeared on the Saint King weapon that was used to attack the sword formation. The rest of the sages were more or less injured. Even the sages who did not directly participate in the attack on the sword formation were the same. Success! A saint of the Ling Hu clan exclaimed. The sword formation, which had been impacted by the trump cards of several great sages, was finally broken. The swords scattered all over the sky and fell into the clouds and mist. The sword chi surrounding the Black Heaven sect was broken. Great! The so-called mysterious heaven sword formation is only SOSO. Once the sword formation is broken, I want to see how they will defend against our attack. The sages of the allied forces said excitedly. But then, they could not help but frown. Although the Black Heaven sword formation had been broken, the thick fog surrounding the Black Heaven sect was not affected at all. The Black Heaven sect was hidden in the clouds and could not be seen at all. There wasn't even the slightest movement. He did not see anyone from the Black Heaven sect launch any attacks either. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a zither reverberated through the clouds. The expressions of the sages changed drastically. That was because one of Chu Kuangren's most well-known techniques was his guqin music. Even the Heaven Chord sect, which specialized in musical attacks, felt inferior to him. Everyone, be careful of the zither sound. I'm prepared. One of the saints from the 36 islands took out a giant black stone. The surface of the stone was as smooth as a mirror, and Taoist rhymes surrounded it. This is a sound-absorbing stone. I've specially prepared it for Chu Kuangren's guqin music. It can absorb the energy of the sound waves and greatly reduce the lethality of Chu Kuangren's guqin music, the sage said excitedly. Well done. Well done. Let's see what Chu Kuangren can do. The sages and the million-strong army heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Kuangren's guqin attack was no joke. Even a sage could easily kill anyone below the Great Sage realm. If the other party were to go all out, even if this million-strong army was made up of elite soldiers, they would still lose at least a third of them. The sound of the zither reverberated in the clouds. The melody was majestic and grand, like the high mountains and flowing water, captivating people. However, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. That was because the sound of the zither had no destructive power at all. Even the sound-absorbing stone didn't work. The power of the guqin music wasn't even enough to stimulate the sound-absorbing stone. Other than its pleasantness, this was the most ordinary sound of the zither. What happened? What the hell is Chu Kuangren up to? Why doesn't this zither sound have any killing power? Everyone was confused. The music suddenly stopped. Everyone, the song has ended. Aren't all of you going in? Chu Kuangren's voice could be heard from within the mist. He seemed to be smiling, seeing that the army of 1 million cultivators dared not move at all. Seeing that, the faces of Grey Lord Sage, twin sages Sun and Moon, and the others turned extremely ugly to behold. Chu Kuangren, stop trying to fool me. That's right. Come out and fight us one-on-one if you have the guts. Ha! Chu Kuangren's chuckle could be heard from within the mist. After that, there was no more movement. Everyone, let's send some people in to investigate. Greylord Sage pondered for a while and said. Then he selected 10,000 people from the coalition army and let a sage lead the team in to investigate. These 10,000 fully armed people entered the mist and used their communication compass to keep in touch with everyone else. However, a scream was heard from the communication compass. Don't come over. I can't move. Waves of screams could be heard from the communication compass. Greylord Sage's expression changed. What's going on? Report the situation. There's an ambush. The last sound was heard from the communication compass. Then, everything returned to silence. No matter how Greylord Sage called out, it was useless. Within a few breaths after the first scream, the 10,000 cultivators, including the sage, were all annihilated. D***, what's hiding in this mist? Greylord Sage and the others cursed. They looked at the mist in fear. The seemingly harmless mist seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast in their eyes. The Black Heaven Sword formation is not Chu Kuangren's trump card. I'm afraid this mist is his trump card. D***, what is this? Everyone felt a little helpless. They could still see the sword formation from before. Right now, no one knew anything about this fog. This sort of unknown existence was more intimidating than anything else. Some people guessed that this mist was some kind of formation. They even looked for formation masters, but it was useless. The astonishing cloud of C's formation was an Emperor-grade formation. Such a formation was too rare, and the current Firmament Stars formation masters could not see through it without the formation map, let alone decipher it. Send more people in. Greylord Sage gritted his teeth and said. He sent another 30,000 people and 3 sages to keep in touch. They even used a vision-transmitting stone to transmit the situation inside the mist so that everyone could observe at the same time. A light screen appeared in front of the army. The light screen showed the situation inside the mist. The 3 sages led 30,000 soldiers into the mist. At first, it was just a normal mountainous terrain without any special circumstances. Even so, no one dared to enter recklessly. However, when they came to an empty valley, all the cultivators, including the sages, stopped in their tracks with a horrified look on their faces. We can't move. We can't move? What's going on? Tens of thousands of cultivators stood in the valley, unable to move. Only the sages could barely move. At that moment, a loud rumble came from the end of the valley. A gigantic boulder rolled down from the end. That boulder was flowing with Taoist rhymes. It was not a physical object, but a condensed form of spiritual qi that emanated a terrifying fluctuation. It's coming. Run. We can't move. Tens of thousands of cultivators screamed in fear. The 3 sages were powerful enough to barely break free from the strange energy in the valley and evade the gigantic boulder. However, the other cultivators were not as lucky. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere the boulder passed. One by one, the cultivators were crushed into meat paste. In a few breaths' time, 30,000 cultivators were annihilated. The remaining 3 sages looked at this scene in horror. They gulped and looked at each other, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as they were about to leave, sword chi suddenly shot out from the mist around them, trapping them in place. A terrifying sword shadow descended from the sky. The violent Taoist rhymes sealed the space where the 3 sages were, killing them on the spot. Chapter 412. The clouds changed, and the sudden sword chi sealed off the sage's path of retreat. The violent sword chi then descended from the sky. Even the might of a sage could not withstand such a force. In an instant, the sword chi sliced him into pieces. The scene before them shocked the army outside. All the cultivators gulped with fear in their eyes. It was too dangerous inside the clouds. Even a sage could die on the spot if he was not careful. Even the 10 great forbidden areas were not as dangerous as this. What's going on with this sea of clouds? Why is it so dangerous? Sages are gone, just like that. This is too terrifying. How did the Black Heaven sect come up with this? This is too scary. Not only the million-strong Cultivator army, but the spectating cultivators outside the Black Heaven sect were also shocked. They had never heard of a formation like this. How did the Black Heaven sect come up with this? Don't they only have the Black Heaven sword formation? How did they get something like this? It must be Chu Kuangren's doing. That's right. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who could do something like this. But how'd he do it? The spectating cultivators were shocked. Initially, they thought that the operation to annihilate the Black Heaven sect would end like a hot knife through butter. However, they did not expect the Black Heaven sect to come up with such a terrifying formation. Not only did the Black Heaven sect remain unscathed, but their own side had already lost their sages and tens of thousands of cultivators. D*M*. What's going on with the Black Heaven sect? How did they come up with a formation like this? Why can't those tens of thousands of cultivators move? Also, where did the sword chi come from? How much of this formation is this? Or is this just the tip of the iceberg? Greylord Sage was furious, and his face was extremely gloomy. He felt a deep sense of helplessness in the face of this formation. Sage Ruler, I'm afraid we can't break this formation with our current strength. Please help us. Greylord Sage said to the ferry boat behind him. Useless. Sage Ruler Zhang Guang's cold voice came from the ferry boat. Purple Void, go in and take a look at this formation yourself. Use the shift talisman to leave if you're in danger, Sage Ruler Zhang Guang said. Yes. A person immediately flew out of the ferry boat. This person was none other than the Heavenly Golden Palace's Purple Void Sage, who was second only to the Sage Ruler and had the combat strength of a 7th-step Great Sage. He was extremely powerful. Look, the unknown lands have sent someone over. I wonder if he can break the formation. Just one person? It's going to be really dangerous. TSK, actually, the unknown lands don't care whether this person can break the formation or not. They just want to find out the truth of the formation first. I see. The Purple Void Sage plunged headfirst into the clouds. Initially, he wanted to fly directly to the Longevity Hall, but the moment he entered the formation, he felt a terrifying pressure coming from above. In the sea of clouds, there was a dragon-like existence that was more than 10,000 feet long, formed from clouds and mist, staring at him. That terrifying pressure made even a great saint like him shudder. When the cultivators outside the array saw the dragon, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and felt goosebumps all over their bodies. There was a dragon hidden in the sea of clouds. What kind of array is this? The few Saint Kings in the ferry boat could not help but stand up. A dragon had appeared in the sea of clouds. The Purple Void Sage was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not dare to stay in midair any longer and quickly returned to the ground. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he could no longer see the dragon. He said with lingering fear, "That dragon is too terrifying. I even suspect that I'll die if it pokes me with its finger." He took out his communication compass and reported the situation. Sect leader, there's a dragon in the sky above this formation. Although it's not a physical entity and might be part of the formation, I can clearly sense that the dragon is extremely terrifying. It's best not to fight it head-on. The sky isn't suitable. I'll try to travel by land. After saying that, the Purple Void Sage continued to travel through the formation. The astonishing cloud of C's formation was extremely strange. The clouds and mist had the ability to block spiritual thoughts, so the Purple Void Sage could not sense anything more than 5 kilometers in front of him. Therefore, he did not dare to rush in recklessly, so he carefully explored. He arrived at the valley where tens of thousands of cultivators had died. Suddenly, he felt that his movement had become extremely difficult. The people outside the clouds also noticed that something was wrong. No way. Even great sages have fallen for it? What's wrong, Purple Void? Sage Ruler Zhang Guang asked with a frown. There's a force in this valley that's restricting my movements. This force seems to be coming from underground. It's Earth Chi. It's the earth chi that's binding my feet, making it hard for me to move." While he was reporting, a rolling boulder came from afar. The purple void sage scoffed. He was not afraid at all. A mysterious Taoist rhyme manifested from his palms and slammed toward the rolling boulder. The two forces collided with each other. The rolling boulder shattered. The purple void sage was unscathed. Following that, a large amount of sword chi appeared around him, trapping him in place. Above his head, a huge sword shadow appeared out of thin air. "Come at me," the purple void sage scoffed. Taoist rhyme circulated around his body as he threw a punch upward. The fist force and the sword shadow intertwined and shattered, shaking the entire valley. Amidst the billowing dust, the purple void sage stood proudly. "Nice, as expected of a seventh-step great sage. His strength is indeed unfathomable." The coalition army cheered. Even Greylord Sage and the solar and lunar sages were ashamed of their inferiority. "We're all great sages, but the difference between a seventh-step great sage and us, who have just become great sages not too long ago, is just too great." Indeed. Meanwhile, inside the formation, Purple Void Sage had just blocked the sword shadow and then activated his spiritual energy to shatter the sword chi and earth chi that surrounded him. He continued to venture deeper into the formation. Along the way, everyone saw more of the mysteries of this formation. As he went deeper, the attacks that Purple Void Sage encountered increased. There were storms, sword chi, flames, water currents, and many more. They came in an endless stream and were impossible to guard against. No one knew what kind of danger they would face in the next moment. Whirlpools that could devour people suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the water, and the air of the forest that was originally filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds was suddenly filled with poison. Everyone's hearts trembled with fear and were incomparably horrified. The clouds are treacherous and impossible to guard against. What kind of formation is this? Even the most powerful saint-level formation isn't this terrifying. Greylord Sage said with a trembling voice. Even if he went in, he would most likely die without a doubt. He believed that if he had led the million-strong army to attack earlier, more than half of them would have perished in this formation. Inside the formation, Purple Void Sage could vaguely see the mountain entrance of the Black Heaven sect. He had encountered countless dangers along the way, but he managed to overcome them with his powerful strength and various trump cards. Even so, he was already covered in wounds. Chu Kuangren is in the Black Heaven sect. You're no match for him. Purple Void, come back, Sage Ruler Zhang Guang said. The reason he allowed Purple Void Sage to enter the formation was to investigate the structure of this formation. Now he had achieved his goal. All right, Purple Void Sage nodded and took out a shift talisman to leave. However, when he crushed the talisman, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 413. The Shift Talisman was an ultimate treasure for escaping. It allowed one to teleport thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye using spatial energy. The most valuable of these talismans was known as the Greater Shift Talisman. Although the Shift Talisman in Purple Void Sage's hand was not as powerful as the Greater Shift Talisman, it could still teleport him thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Even 10 Sage Rulers would not be able to stop him. However, when he tried to use the Shift Talisman, he realized that the spatial energy contained within the Shift Talisman could only cause slight ripples in the void. It was unable to teleport him out of the formation. It was as if the surrounding space had been sealed. What's going on? Why is the Shift Talisman not working? Space. The space here has been sealed by some sort of energy. Damn it, it's this formation. This formation can even seal space. Purple Void Sage was horrified. The main reason he dared to enter the astonishing cloud of C's formation was because of the Shift Talisman. It could teleport him away at the most crucial moment. However, the Shift Talisman had failed. Purple Void, come back, Sage Ruler Zhang Guang hurriedly called out after noticing the abnormality. Purple Void did not dare to be careless. Since the shift talisman could not be used, he would return the way he came. He turned around to leave. However, the moment he turned around, an indescribable pressure enveloped him. At that moment, his body and soul seemed to have fallen into an abyss of fear, and he could not help but tremble uncontrollably. A ferocious dragon head suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the dragon in the sea of clouds. At this moment, the human-sized head was right in front of Zizou, less than 10 feet away from him, staring at him without blinking. Outside the formation, countless cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and fear. The image transmitted by the vision-transmitting stone happened to show the ferocious dragon head, which occupied the entire screen. The pair of cold, emotionless, and domineering eyes were not only staring at Purple Void Sage, but also at the million-strong army of cultivators, as well as everyone who was watching the battle. It sent chills down their spines. Even though they were not facing it themselves, they could feel its ferocious aura just by looking at the image on the vision-transmitting stone. However, what they felt was far less than a millionth of what Purple Void Sage was feeling. All they could see was an image, but Purple Void Sage was standing right in front of this terrifying cloud dragon. Damn it, I can't just sit here and wait for death. After all, the Purple Void Sage was a peak great sage. His Taoist heart was extremely resilient, and he soon broke free from his fear. The spiritual power in his body erupted and gathered in his 5 fingers. An incomparably surging Taoist rhyme erupted in an instant. Heavenly Wind Saint Fist. The moment he punched out, the surrounding wind and clouds surged. This was an extremely powerful pseudo-emperor technique. Purple Illusionary Sage had been studying this pseudo-emperor technique for many years and had reached an extremely profound level. A storm swirled around his fist as if it could destroy everything. Even a Sage King would not be able to easily block this punch. But at this moment, Yunlong's eyes widened in anger, and he suddenly roared. Roar! An incomparably loud and clear dragon roar resounded throughout the world. The sound waves, which were almost tangible, were mixed with the power of the astonishing cloud of seas formation. The mountains trembled, and even the heavens and earth trembled. The Purple Void Sage, who was at the forefront, bore the brunt of the attack. The Taoist, rhyme, and spiritual power on his fist instantly dissipated. As the roar rang out, Purple Void Sage's attack crumbled. His eardrums burst, and blood gushed out. His body cracked, and bloody wounds appeared all over his body. He looked like a porcelain vase that could shatter at any moment. His entire body was sent flying, and he fell to the ground in an extremely pathetic manner. Arg! My ears, my eyes. Purple Void Sage lay on the ground, rolling around in agony. Boundless fear shrouded him, and he almost lost his mind. Then, Yunlong slowly extended his dragon claw. He tapped it lightly. Purple Void Sage's body exploded on the spot. A black stone spun a few times on the ground. It was the vision-transmitting stone that was specially used to transmit images. Outside the formation, there was dead silence. Through the screen, they saw Yunlong's vigorous figure soaring into the sky and diving into the sea of clouds. At the same time, they were shocked by the terrifying power of his opponent. With a single roar, a 7-step great sage was crippled. What kind of terrifying power was that? Is this the true strength of this formation? It's too terrifying. This formation is not something that can be broken by humans. The million-strong army was scared out of their wits by Yunlong's roar. Even the sages at the scene could not help but shudder. In front of that Yunlong, their strength was nothing. Purple Void. On the ferry boat, Sage ruler Zhongguang was so furious that his face turned green. Purple Void was not only an elder of the Heavenly Golden Palace, but he had also assisted him for many years and had a deep friendship with him. Now that Purple Void had died in the formation set up by the Black Heaven sect, Sage ruler Zhongguang's hatred towards the Black Heaven sect and Chu Kuangren grew even more. Chu Kuangren, I'll kill you. Sage ruler Zhongguang gritted his teeth, and said, "That Yunlong's combat strength is comparable to a top-notch sage ruler. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him using normal techniques." "Brother Zhangguang, please calm down," Master Taoist Yun Tao said. "Of course I know that." Sage ruler Zhangguang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Look, someone's coming out," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Then, two people walked out from outside the Black Heaven Sect's mountain entrance. It was Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. Lan Yu picked up the vision-transmitting stone from the ground and aimed it at Chu Kuangren. A flawless face instantly filled half of the screen. Among the spectators, there were many female cultivators. When they saw that face on the screen, their hearts could not help but tremble. It was too beautiful. That face was definitely the creator's most perfect creation. How could there be such a good-looking person in this world? At the thought that Chu Kuangren might fall in this great battle, many female cultivators could not help but grieve and cry out in anguish. "Lan Yu, you're holding it too close." At that moment, Chu Kuangren spoke on the screen. Lan Yu took 2 steps back. "Ahem. Everyone, I hope you've been well." Chu Kuangren coughed twice and smiled at the million-strong army. "After the test, just now, I'm sure everyone here has a general understanding of my Black Heaven Sect formation. To be honest, this is my first time using this formation in battle, so I'm not very familiar with it yet. I apologize for my poor performance." Chu Kuangren's words echoed in the ears of countless cultivators. Seeing how casual and relaxed he looked, the crowd gritted their teeth in anger. The crowd had come with great momentum to destroy the Black Heaven Sect. Yet now, they were blocked outside by a formation. Even the Black Heaven Sect's mountain entrance was inside, and they were still losing their soldiers. It was a very frustrating feeling. To be honest, I don't like fighting and killing, but you guys just had to force my hand. Why did you have to do this? How about this? Let's sit down and talk. You guys can compensate my Black Heaven Sect with tens of billions of soul stones and a few emperor weapons. I'm a very kind person, so I can forgive you." Chu Kuangren continued. Sage Zhangguang and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. This was too infuriating. Tens of billions of soul stones? Emperor weapons? Who was the one fighting who now? Look carefully were the ones who surrounded the Black Heaven Sect, not the other way around. Even if we're going to ask for something, we should be the ones asking for it. How arrogant! How arrogant! The craggy Ocean Tower Lord was so angry that his chest heaved and his face turned red. Chapter 414. How arrogant! How arrogant! The craggy Ocean Tower Lord was so angry that his face turned red and his chest heaved. The other sage rulers did not look any better either. The million-strong army was humiliated as well. Chu Kuangren, don't you dare be so arrogant. Do you think you can rest easy with this formation? You must be dreaming. We've fully understood this formation of yours. The day we break, it will be the day your Black Heaven Sect falls and your death. Greylord Sage was the first to lose his patience and roared. From afar, Chu Kuangren seemed to have heard his words. "Oh my, I think someone's making a ruckus. It doesn't matter. If you guys insist on dying, I can't stop you. However, I'll say it again. You bunch of rotten fish and shrimps want to destroy my Black Heaven Sect. In your dreams. Come, let's see who's going to be the one to destroy who." Chu Kuangren was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "I almost forgot, Brother Yin Tao. Thank you for sponsoring so many Supreme-tier Chalcedonies. They're quite useful." Then, the light screen shattered. It was obvious that the vision-transmitting stone had been destroyed. His last words left everyone dumbfounded. "Thank Master Taoist Yin Tao?" What did he mean? "I think Master Taoist Yin Tao is the Ethereal Rapture sect leader." Why would Chu Kuangren thank him? In the ferry boat, the other 5 sage kings looked at Taoist Yin Tao with unfriendly gazes. "Brother Yin Tao, what does Chu Kuangren mean? Do you have some kind of deal with him?" Ethereal Rapture's Chalcedonies are supreme-tier formation materials. Could it be that Chu Kuangren's formation is made of Chalcedonies? The sage rulers, especially sage ruler Zhangguang, glared at Chu Kuangren as if they were about to devour him. Master Taoist Yin Tao snorted. What kind of deal could I have with Chu Kuangren? He came to Ethereal Rapture to ask for chalcedonies back then. He then told them about Chu Kuangren's exchange of chalcedonies. Every time he thought about it, his heart ached so much that it felt like it was bleeding. Even if Ethereal Rapture were to mine for tens of thousands of years, they might not be able to accumulate so many celestial essence crystals and peerless chalcedony. Chu Kuangren had taken it away just like that. He had used a mere billion spirit stones, which was almost equivalent to giving it away for free. Now that he thought about how the formation that was blocking them could very well have been set up using the jade essence that the other party had obtained from the Ethereal Rapture, Taoist Yin Tao felt the urge to vomit blood. He was so angry that his vision turned black. That better be the case. Seeing that Taoist Yin Tao did not seem to be lying, Sage King Zhang Guang snorted coldly and did not say anything else. It has always been so. Master Taoist Yin Tao was also very dissatisfied with the crowd's doubts. He hated Chu Kuangren so much that he gritted his teeth. Why would he still help him? This group of idiots. Do they only have brains and don't use them? Let everyone enter the formation, Sage King Zhangguang said. Everyone was slightly taken aback by his words. Isn't this a little risky? Zissou has already figured out the structure of this formation for us. We just need to pay more attention. As for taking the risk, they're just a bunch of ants. They're just cannon fodder. What's there to worry about? Sage King Zhangguang said coldly. The Saint Kings thought for a while and nodded. With that, the Sage King's order was passed down. When Greylord Sage, Solar and Lunar Sages, and Celestial Sage received the order, their expressions turned gloomy. Sage rulers, are they planning to use us as cannon fodder? D***. These are all people from our orthodoxy. Besides Purple Void Sage, none of their people are dead. Solar and Lunar Sages said unhappily. If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have come. Celestial Sage gritted his teeth, feeling a little regretful. Compared to the Sky Emperor Palace, Overlord Sage Tribe, and the 36 oceanic islands who had a grudge against Chu Kuangren, the 8-Wind Palace did not hold any grudges against Chu Kuangren other than losing some soulstones to him. He did not have to interfere in this matter. However, in order to build a good relationship with the unknown lands, he still came. Initially, he thought that the 8-Wind Palace would not suffer any casualties after destroying the Black Heaven sect. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Greylord Sage said in a deep voice. Ever since they joined this operation, they could not get out of it. They come and go as they please? Did they really think the unknown lands would let them do as they please? Greylord Sage believed that if they said they wanted to leave now, the Sage rulers would probably give them a slap each. There's no turning back now. Let's continue forward, Greylord Sage said. The other sages gritted their teeth and continued forward. One by one, the ferry boats entered the astonishing cloud of seas formation. The cultivators who were watching from the outside raised their heads and tried to use their spiritual thoughts to peek inside. However, it was useless. Even so, no one wanted to leave. This battle was too exciting, and everyone wanted to witness the final outcome. Inside the astonishing cloud of seas formation, the ferry boats entered. Since Purple Void Sage had helped them scout the way earlier, they had basically understood the structure of the astonishing cloud of seas formation. As long as they were careful, they would be able to avoid it. At least, that was what they thought. You guys continue to advance towards the Black Heaven sect. Leave the Cloud Dragon in the sky to us, Sage Zhangguang said to Greylord Sage. Greylord Sage breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although the Sage rulers treated them as cannon fodder, it did not seem like they would simply let them die. After giving it some thought, Greylord Sage could guess what was going on. After all, they could not deal with the Cloud Dragon. Going up there would only be suicide, and their deaths would be worthless. Instead of letting them deal with the Cloud Dragon, why not leave them alive to deal with Chu Kuangren and see if Chu Kuangren had any other trump cards? At the end of the day, they were still cannon fodder. They would only be used as cannon fodder to deal with others. Everyone, be careful. This formation may be powerful, but as long as we carefully avoid the dangerous spots, we can. Before Greylord Sage could finish his sentence, fiery meteors suddenly fell from the sky towards the ferry boats. Some ferry boats could not activate their defensive formations in time, so they were smashed to the ground and burned to ashes one by one. The sudden change caused everyone to turn pale with fright. How could this be? D***. There was no formation here when Purple Void Sage entered. How did this happen? Don't panic. Activate the formation. Inside the Longevity Hall, there was a celestial chalcedony tablet in front of Chu Kuangren. On it, there were light spots that were constantly changing, and each light spot represented a formation within the astonishing cloud of Seas formation. The astonishing cloud of Seas formation was a large formation. It was also a composite formation that was formed by countless formations. Among them, the most important thing was that these formations could be combined and changed at will. There was no fixed safe route at all. The astonishing cloud of Seas formation is a treacherous formation. If it never changes, how could it be called treacherous? Chu Kuangren stroked his chin and smiled. With a wave of his hand, a light screen appeared on the tablet. It was the scene of Greylord Sage and the others dealing with the formation. Chapter 415, Black Heaven Sect. Inside the astonishing cloud of Seas formation, Greylord Sage, the solar and lunar sages, and the others were busy dealing with the fiery meteors that were descending from the sky. However, the fiery meteors were extremely powerful. Any one of them had the strength of an honorable, and the hundreds and thousands of fiery meteors were so powerful that many of the ferry boats were severely damaged. Even after activating their defensive formations, they could only barely hold on. Solar collapse. Lunar fall. The solar and lunar sages from the outer seas roared as their Taoist rhymes circulated and merged in the void, forming an extremely powerful force that instantly exploded. The combination of sunlight and moonlight smashed into the sky. With a loud explosion, the dazzling light covered half of the sky. Countless fiery meteors exploded under this force. Onward, the solar and lunar sages roared. One by one, the ferry boats continued to move towards the Black Heaven Sect. Midway, wind and lightning converged, and streaks of blue lightning appeared in the void, dancing wildly in the sky. Humph! Playing with lightning in front of the Thunderfalcon tribe? What a joke! Among the Cultivator army, the Thunderfalcon tribe members dashed out and transformed into their true forms. Their wings that covered the sky radiated with lightning. Dense lightning-based Taoist rhymes exploded in the void. They fought lightning with lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The void continued to explode. A huge amount of lightning poured out. Hundreds and thousands of Thunderfalcon tribe cultivators controlled the lightning to clear a path for the Cultivator army, allowing them to pass through the lightning formation. However, there were still many changes after that. Windstorms, sword chi, sandstorms, all sorts of changes in the formation caused the Cultivator army to suffer more and more casualties. Even a sage would not be able to protect himself under the countless changes in the array formation, let alone the other cultivators. In less than an hour, more than half of the million-strong army had died. They were still thousands of kilometers away from the Black Heaven Sect. Less than a third of them had left. D***. If this goes on, most of us will die before we even reach the Black Heaven Sect's entrance. This formation can change on its own. Purple Void Sage died for nothing. The sage's expressions were extremely grim. In front of them, several figures were flying towards them. These figures looked exactly like Chu Kuangren. Tens of thousands of sword chi filled the void and wreaked havoc. It was so terrifying that it felt like an army of thousands. That's Chu Kuangren's clone technique. Wow, this guy has so many tricks up his sleeves. Everyone held their weapons and readied themselves. At that moment, a roar came from the giant ferry boat. Chu Kuangren, sword. A beam of golden light shot out from the ferry boat, intertwining in the void, forming a magnificent picture scroll. The painting was thousands of feet long, and there were mountains and seas inside. Between the forests, there were tigers, leopards, wolves, wild oxen, horses, birds, and many other animals. An incomparably mysterious Taoist rhyme spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, the exotic beasts in the painting roared in unison before charging out of the painting and colliding with the sword chi clone. These beasts did not have beasts. Sect Beast King, King Beasts. But the power they contained was real. Countless beasts and clones clashed together, causing an intense battle to erupt. Sword chi and the power of beasts clashed fiercely. The surrounding mountains and rivers shook, and the sea of clouds rolled. The cultivators couldn't help but click their tongues as they watched the army of strange beasts contend with the sword chi clones. Then they looked at the mysterious painting floating in the sky with strange beasts constantly charging out. They felt that the unknown lands were extraordinary. What is this? How can it be so powerful? This thing can actually contain so many strange beasts. Truly extraordinary. Inside the ferry boat, the sage rulers looked at the craggy ocean tower lord in awe. Is this the craggy ocean tower's mountain ocean scroll? Rumor has it that this object contains the souls of many strange beasts. It is indeed extraordinary. I've heard that the mountain and sea scroll contains the origin souls of 4 great beasts. They are the Tao Wu, the Tao Tai, the Qiong Qi, and the Primal Chaos. I wonder if that's true? Sage ruler Zhang Guang smiled faintly. It's just a fierce beast's origin soul that was imitated from the origin souls of other strange beasts. It's far from being comparable to a real fierce beast's origin soul. The craggy ocean tower lord said indifferently. The 4 great fierce beasts were famous existences in ancient times, but they had long gone extinct in the firmament star. Even though the craggy ocean tower had a long history, they could not find any traces of the 4 great fierce beasts. They could only capture some strange beasts' bestial souls, according to the records, and modify them into fierce beasts. Although they were powerful, they could not compare to the real fierce beasts. Even so, the mountain and sea scroll was not to be underestimated. In the air, the mountain and sea scroll radiated with boundless divine light. One by one, the strange beasts' bestial souls rushed out and fought the sword chi clones. Under the power of the mountain and sea scroll, even though Chu Kuangren's sword chi clones each had the combat strength of an honorable, they could not withstand the impact of the thousands of strange beasts' bestial souls. Today, I shall use the mountain and sea scroll to break your formation. The craggy ocean tower lord walked out of the ferry boat and said proudly. The Taoist rhymes on his body circulated and resonated with the thousands of strange beasts' bestial souls. They let out a series of roars that shook the heavens and the earth. At that moment, in the direction of the Black Heaven sect, a flame suddenly shot into the sky. Within the flame, there seemed to be a pair of wings that were spread open, emitting waves of auspicious light. A deafening cry of a phoenix echoed across the heavens and the earth. A surge of divine beast aura swept out from the flame, causing all the strange beasts' bestial souls to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker strange beasts even prostrated on the ground in submission. As one of the strange beasts prostrated on the ground, the rest of the strange beasts, no matter how strong or weak, could not control themselves under the suppression of such a superior life form. All of them knelt on the ground in unison and let out a whimper. The might of a divine beast was displayed to its fullest. The craggy ocean tower lord stood on the ferry boat. The arrogant expression on his face was no longer there. Instead, it was filled with uncertainty. He had just finished speaking, and he was slapped in the face in the next instant. This was too fast. He could feel that not only the strange beasts in front of him, but even the 4 strongest wild beasts in the mountain and sea scroll were trembling in fear. Perhaps these wild beast cultivation levels were higher than the godly phoenixes, But that was the difference in their life forms. It was the suppression of a superior species over an inferior species. So this is a divine beast? It's indeed extraordinary. The craggy ocean tower lord stared at the Black Heavens sect with a gloomy expression and a hint of excitement. If he could extract this divine beast soul, be it refined into a bestial soul seed, or fuse it into the mountain and sea scroll, it would be of great help to the craggy ocean tower. Given time, when the godly phoenix's bestial soul was fully grown, it would not be impossible for the craggy ocean tower to become an emperor-level orthodoxy. At that thought, the craggy ocean tower lord's heart burned with passion. He looked in the direction of the Black Heavens sect with a burning gaze. He had already made up his mind. No matter what, he was determined to obtain the godly phoenix's soul. At that moment, a flame flew over from afar. The godly phoenix's elegant and noble figure gradually appeared before everyone. Its blood-red feathers emitted an auspicious aura. Wherever it went, countless strange beasts lowered their heads even more. Not a single strange beast dared to look directly at this beautiful divine beast. Chapter 416. I'm the Black Heavens sect's godly phoenix, Chu Hong. You shall not be forgiven for invading the Black Heavens sect. The godly phoenix, Lil Red, said coldly. Although she sounded like a 7- or 8-year-old girl, the bestial souls could clearly sense her anger. Instinctively, they trembled even more violently. Then, Lil Red opened her mouth and spat out a ball of golden flames. The flames were extremely terrifying. The purest fire-based Taoist rhymes swirled around the flames, causing the void to distort from the heat. The flames landed in the midst of the strange beasts. Some of the strange beasts' bestial souls did not even have time to scream before they were burned into ashes. Be Astra starred, how dare you? The craggy ocean tower lord's expression changed. He wanted to capture the godly phoenix on the spot. He was a sage ruler. No matter how powerful the godly phoenix was, she had yet to ascend to the sage realm. Naturally, she was no match for him. He had absolute confidence that he could capture her alive. However, at that moment, from the sea of clouds, many long swords suddenly shot out. They were the long swords that were scattered in the sea of clouds after the Black Heaven sword formation was broken. At that moment, as if they were being controlled by an invisible force, the long swords formed a sword formation again and surrounded the ferry boat that the sage ruler was on. Majestic sword chi and Taoist rhymes were raging. Everyone could clearly feel that this was a sword formation that was much more terrifying than the Black Heaven sword formation. The Four Seasons sword formation. D*M in it, hiding a formation within a formation. How did Chu Kuangren manage to do this? How can he control this sword formation when he's not here? The craggy ocean tower lord was puzzled, but the sword formation's power was already upon him. He did not have much time to think. He raised his hand and channeled his spiritual power to fight against the sword formation. A terrifying sage ruler's power erupted as he shouted at the ferry boat. Those inside, stop hiding. Come out and break the formation. The Four Seasons sword formation's power was so terrifying that even the craggy ocean tower lord could feel waves of pressure. Two figures walked out of the ferry boat. They were the Acheron Manor Lord and the Palace Lord of Death. They looked at the sword formation with a serious expression. What made them even more serious was that outside the sword formation, a loud dragon roar could be heard as the sea of clouds rumbled. Among the sea of clouds, a ferocious cloud dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long soared into the sky. Wherever it went, the ferry boat was easily destroyed. Even a sage would find it difficult to defend against its attack. The divine phoenix was also at the side, constantly releasing flames. This dragon and phoenix worked together seamlessly and were killing the army of cultivators without restraint. The Greylord Sage, the Sun and Moon Sages, and the others all acted in unison. However, they were only able to slightly slow down the speed of the enemy's massacre. That cloud dragon alone was not something they could resist. As for the Holy King, he was currently being hindered by the sword formation. I have to break the formation quickly and get rid of that cloud dragon. Otherwise, the others will be killed by this dragon and phoenix. As the Acheron Manor Lord spoke, a peerlessly powerful Taoist rhyme erupted from his body. Behind him, the Taoist rhyme intertwined and formed a huge eye. That was the Emperor technique, Eye of the Yellow Spring. The Death Palace Master's body also released a terrifying gray, deathly aura. The deathly aura surrounded him and gathered at his fingertips. Emperor Art, Finger of Despair. Let's begin. As the craggy Ocean Tower Lord raised his hand, majestic Taoist rhymes gathered and transformed into a ferocious shadow of a ferocious beast that smashed towards the sword formation. The other two attacked at the same time. The inexorable finger energy, the Eye of the Yellow Springs released demonic light. 3 Emperor techniques and 3 surges of Sage Ruler energy collided with the sword formation. Within the sword formation, the Taoist rhyme of the 4 seasons flowed, and the nature's power of 1,000 creations transformed into a giant colorful sword that came crashing down. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. All sorts of Taoist rhymes collided with each other, and an extremely violent shockwave spread out, continuously attacking the 4 seasons sword formation. Under such an attack, the sword formation was broken. One by one, the swords were scattered in all directions. As the shockwave spread out, the surrounding cultivators exploded one after another. Far away, inside the longevity hall of the Black Heaven sect, Chu Kuangren opened his eyes slightly and murmured, "Sure enough, using my mind power to control the sword formation is still not as effective as using my spiritual power." Mind power and spiritual power each had their own unique uses. Most formations required spiritual power to activate. Although Chu Kuangren could use his mind power to control them from afar, it was still not as smooth as using spiritual power. Otherwise, the craggy Ocean Tower Lord and the others would not have been able to break the formation so easily. Lil Red, come back. Chu Kuangren sent a message to Lil Red. The sage rulers had already broken free from the sword formation. Although Lil Red's current strength could deal with most sages, she was still no match for a sage ruler. Yes, Lil Red turned around and flew back to the Black Heaven sect. Trying to leave? No way. The craggy Ocean Tower Lord, who had already broken the sword formation, could not just watch as the godly phoenix left. He immediately gave chase. However, at that moment, the cloud dragon let out a roar, and the seemingly solid sound waves mixed with the formation's energy swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Then, the cloud dragon clawed at the craggy Ocean Tower Lord. That attack was so powerful that even a sage ruler could not help but narrow his eyes. He channeled all of his spiritual power and unleashed a punch. With a loud explosion, the void was blasted apart. The craggy Ocean Tower Lord retreated dozens of feet and stared at the cloud dragon solemnly. This being's strength is indeed terrifying. Just one attack was enough to make him feel suffocated. That was undoubtedly the strength of a top-notch sage ruler. Finger of Despair, Demonic Eye of Acheron. 2 Emperor techniques were unleashed once again towards the cloud dragon. The cloud dragon swung its tail fiercely and a powerful force erupted. The 2 monarch techniques were shattered and the 2 sage rulers were sent flying. How powerful! Sage ruler Zhang Guang, are you guys not going to make a move? The Acheron Manor Lord looked at the ferry boat. The great bottomless chasm Lord took a step forward, holding a light blue orb in his hand that was flowing with a blue divine radiance. Move aside. Let me deal with this beast. The great chasm Lord shouted coldly. He threw the blue orb in his hand into the air. In an instant, an extremely powerful torrential force erupted. The blue divine radiance shone, and the sound of tsunami rang in everyone's ears. The orb smashed towards the cloud dragon, containing the boundless power of the ocean. The void shook as if it was about to collapse. The cloud dragon roared angrily, causing the mountains to tremble. It clawed at the orb. The two forces collided, causing everything within a radius of 10,000 miles to tremble. The clouds in the surroundings churned, and the cultivators could only stay inside the ferry boat. They tried their best to maintain the ferry boat's defensive formation to resist the aftershock of the impact. "Die, you beast!" The great chasm lord roared angrily. His spiritual power kept surging into the orb, and the boundless power of the ocean surged, crazily scouring the cloud dragon's body. The body made of clouds and mist continued to disintegrate and explode. Finally, the cloud dragon dissipated. However, the boundless power of the ocean surged towards the black heaven sect like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it went, there was no formation that could stop it. Not long after, the mountains and forests had all turned into a swamp. Just as the boundless power of the ocean reached the black heaven sect's mountain gate and was about to crash into it, the torrent of water suddenly stopped. The endless torrent of water stopped in front of the black heaven sect's mountain gate. "Do you want to have a water fight? I'll return it to you." A cold shout came from the depths of the black heaven sect. As soon as the words were spoken, the torrent of water and the boundless power of the ocean surged back at an even faster speed. All the water along the way converged and turned into an earth-shattering tsunami. The Cultivator army looked extremely tiny in the face of this tsunami. Chapter 417. With that, the boundless oceanic energy that the great bottomless chasm dweller had used a certain treasure to activate was reflected back at him. Not only that, but the energy became even stronger and more violent as it turned into a horrifying tsunami that surged towards the army. Faced with such power, many of the sages at the scene could not help but turn pale, especially the sages of the 36 oceanic islands. Back then, Chu Kuangren had used such power to shock the entire ocean. Such power had once destroyed an entire island. Now, such power had reappeared in front of them. D***M in it. Chu Kuangren has the Empyrean Neptune's halberd, so we can't use the torrential force on him. We're in trouble now. What a horrifying tsunami. This power is too strong. Compared to the panic of the Cultivator army, the great bottomless chasm dweller was much calmer. Although he looked a little serious at the scene before him, he was still far from panicking. Obviously, Chu Kuangren's counterattack was within his expectations. Oceanic Calming Pearl, stabilize. The great bottomless chasm dweller channeled his spiritual power into the pale blue pearl that was floating in front of him. A vast and boundless energy was emitted from the pearl, and the boundless tsunami that was surging towards it was actually frozen in place. Absorb. The endless torrential force was continuously absorbed into the oceanic calming pearl. Inside the longevity hall, Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. Oh, this pearl is quite an impressive quasi-emperor weapon. It was able to destroy the cloud dragon and stop the tsunami. Chu Kuangren grinned. Then, he raised his arm and gathered the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. A purple sword shadow with a majestic aura suddenly slashed out. The sword chi spanned thousands of miles and slashed towards the great bottomless chasm dweller. The sudden sword chi made the great chasm dweller's pupils dilate. He then controlled the oceanic calming pearl to absorb the torrential force, while channeling the spiritual power in his body to form a huge palm print that attacked the sword chi. When the two surges of energy collided, the void exploded. The great chasm dweller had overestimated his strength. Chu Kuangren's sword chi was far sharper than he had imagined. The moment the two surges of energy collided, the great chasm dweller, who did not use his full strength because he was controlling the oceanic calming pearl, immediately suffered a backlash. His body trembled and was forced to retreat several feet. The spiritual power that was channeling the sea calming pearl was instantly cut off. Although the sea calming pearl had absorbed a great deal of the torrential power, there was still a portion that had not been fully absorbed. The remaining portion of the torrential power fell upon the army of cultivators, and one immortal boat after another was smashed into pieces. Many cultivators exploded on the spot from the impact of the water currents. Chu Kuangren, the great bottomless chasm dweller, gritted his teeth as he stared at the black heavens sect in the distance. He had not expected that his opponent's sword chi would be so strong that it could actually reach the level of a Saint King. Wasn't he said to be below the level of a saint? You were too careless. On the ferry boat, sage ruler Zhang Guang said, but it's no wonder. You've been living under the sea for a long time, so your understanding of Chu Kuangren is only from others. You've never met him, let alone fought him. The great ruins lord snorted softly and said, this person's control over the sea god's halberd is greater than I imagined. With the sea god's halberd, most of my methods are useless against him. I can only restrain him at most. If that's the case, then aren't you useless? Beside him, the Acheron Manor lord sneered. The great ruins lord glared at him. If not for the fact that we need to deal with Chu Kuangren first, I would have pulled out your tongue. Oh, do you think I'm afraid of you? The Acheron Manor lord was not afraid at all. The sage ruler was a prideful person. How could he tolerate someone else's provocation? All right, aren't we making a fool out of ourselves in front of Chu Kuangren? Sage ruler Zhang Guang snorted coldly. That's right. Master Taoist Yin Tao also tried to smooth things over. Now that the cloud dragon has been destroyed, the threat of this formation is greatly reduced. Let's continue forward, Sage ruler Zhang Guang said to Greylord Sage and the others. Yes, Greylord Sage gritted his teeth. At this point, half of the million-strong army had been destroyed. Along the way, there were corpses of cultivators everywhere. If they could not make friends with the unknown lands in this battle, then they would not be able to make up for their losses. The army continued to move forward. There were still many formations along the way. They trapped, or killed. Even without the cloud dragon, the formation's power was still terrifying. However, a few sage rulers had already intervened. With their help and the sacrifice of nearly 100,000 cultivators, the army finally arrived at the Black Heaven Sect's mountain entrance. Looking at the mountain entrance before them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy. It was not easy at all. The damage that the formation inflicted on them was too terrifying. A million-strong army and nearly 100 sages, many of whom were in the Great Sage Realm, could even flatten the Forbidden Area's ancient battlefield. Yet, they continued to suffer heavy casualties in the face of this formation. After paying an unimaginable price, they had only just arrived at the Black Heaven Sect's entrance. This was something that no one could have imagined before they came here. In other words, they did not even dare to think about it. Who would have thought that Chu Kuangren could bring out such a powerful formation? This formation is indeed terrifying, but we've already made it through. Let's see what else Chu Kuangren has up his sleeves. Greylord Sage snorted. That's right. Let's enter the Black Heaven Sect. Let's go. Just as the army was about to enter the Black Heaven Sect, suddenly, a white-robed figure slowly walked out of the mountain entrance. The moment they saw him, the originally arrogant crowd immediately stopped in their tracks. Some of them could not help but take a few steps back. That person was Chu Kuangren. Holding an ancient sword in his hand, he slowly walked out of the mountain entrance. One man and one sword, facing off against the many cultivators in front of him, including the sages. His robe was as white as snow, spotless, and his face was peerlessly handsome. On the other hand, although the army in front of him had a large number of people, every one of them looked battered and disheveled. They had been tortured by the formation. The contrast was too shocking. TSK, how ugly. They're all sages, but why do they look like beggars? Chu Kuangren shook his head and said. Everyone's expression darkened at his words. Chu Kuangren, you're already at death's door, yet you're still talking nonsense. Greylord Sage snorted and said with a cold gaze. Death's door? Chu Kuangren shook his head and chuckled. I'm curious. Who gave you guys such a misconception? Chu Kuangren, are you alone? Celestial Sage's gaze swept back and forth. Why? Are you afraid of an ambush? What a joke. What's the point of ambushing us with so few people from the Black Heaven sect? Celestial Sage said coldly. He was right. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they still had more than 100,000 people left. Not only that, but those who survived were the cream of the crop, and more than half of them were battle monarchs and above. Even if the Black Heaven sect came out in full force, it would not be enough. Don't overestimate yourselves. You're not worthy of an ambush. I'm the only one here, and I even came out to avoid damaging the Black Heaven sect's buildings. Do you think you can stop all of us by yourself? I think I can. Chu Kuangren took a step forward, and a sharp sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted. At that moment, it was as if a divine sword was unsheathed, and 1,000 mountains trembled. Chapter 418. I think it's possible. As he took a step forward, his sword-based Taoist rhyme gushed out. The strength of the Taoist rhyme caused the surrounding void to tremble. Countless cultivators were so shocked that they did not dare to take another step forward. Chu Kuangren's reputation was too great along the way. His invincible stance was engraved in everyone's heart. What's wrong? Didn't you guys come here to deal with me? To deal with me, you've mobilized so many people and caused so much chaos in the world. Now that I'm standing right in front of you, why don't you dare to move? Chu Kuangren glanced at the sages in front of him. Go! A loud voice came from inside the ferry boat. It was Sage Ruler Zhang Guang who had spoken. Greylord Sage roared. Kill! Then, a layer of black armor covered his body, and he charged out first. He unleashed his overlord physique's power to its limit. Chu Kuangren, pay for the serpent deity's death. The Outer Seas sages also attacked. All sorts of powerful sage Taoist rhymes erupted. The first to reach Chu Kuangren was Greylord Sage's domineering fist chi, followed by the other sages' powers. The sun and moon energies, torrential energies, sword chi, and saber rays, all sorts of energies in Taoist rhymes surged towards Chu Kuangren. Even a sage ruler would not dare to say that they could handle such power. However, Chu Kuangren unsheathed the Descendant Self sword at his waist and unleashed a purple sword ray that covered half of the sky. The power of that sword ray had forcefully split apart the sage's joint attack. Terrifying sword chi swept across the area. The sages were forced back a few dozen meters, while Chu Kuangren himself was also forced back a few hundred meters by the sage's joint attack. Not only that, the attacks of the other 100,000 cultivators had also arrived. All sorts of Taoist rhymes intertwined to form a colorful ocean that attacked Chu Kuangren from all directions. Chu Kuangren flipped his sleeves, and a lingering song Guqin appeared. He began to play with it. Guqin music erupted. The seventh movement of the 8 celestial demonic chords, heavenly and earthly echoes. Boom, boom, boom. The Guqin music's Taoist rhymes were like waves that continued to spread. The surging energies from all directions were shattered by the Guqin music. Seeing this, one of the saints took out a huge black stone that was as smooth as a mirror and tossed it into the air. Chu Kuangren, I've been prepared for your Guqin music. The sage laughed. The black stone floated in the air, continuously absorbing the majestic zither music. The entire black stone trembled violently. The cultivators nearby were overjoyed seeing this. This sound-absorbing stone is indeed effective. Great. The Guqin music was restricted, but Chu Kuangren did not stop waving the longsword in his hand. His sword chi danced, and wherever it went, blood would flow like a river. Look at my prime magnet. The Thunder Falcon tribe sage took out a piece of magnet, and a powerful suction force instantly restrained the Descendant Self sword in Chu Kuangren's hand. A sound-absorbing stone and a primary magnet. It seems like you've prepared a lot to deal with me. It's a pity that these things might have been useful in the past, but now they're just scrap metal. With a wave of his sword chi, the Descendant Self sword unleashed a powerful and violent sword ray towards the prime magnet in the Thunder Falcon Saint's hand. The cultivators blocking the way were easily torn apart by the sword light. The prime magnet was struck by the sword light, and with a clang, it shattered into powder. The Thunder Falcon tribe Saint was killed on the spot by the sword chi. From then on, the Thunder Falcon tribe no longer had a sage. Chu Kuangren tossed the Descendant Self sword into the air. The long sword circled around him, and surges of sword chi traveled back and forth in all directions. His fingers plucked the guqin strings, and a majestic guqin music erupted. The first movement of the 8 celestial demonic chords, Boundless Expanse. Following that was the second movement, the third movement, the fourth movement, the ambush from 10 sides, the fifth movement, the sixth movement, the sixth movement, the seventh movement, the dual reverberation of heaven and earth. The guqin music Taoist rhyme became more and more majestic, and the sound-absorbing stone in the air continued to tremble. Unable to withstand the pressure, cracks began to appear on it. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded, and the guqin music it absorbed exploded in an even more terrifying manner, spreading in all directions. The sage who was controlling the sound-absorbing stone bore the brunt of the attack. He was blasted into pieces by the terrifying guqin music Taoist rhyme, and died without a complete corpse. Come, have a taste of my sword chi and listen to my guqin music. Otherwise, you'll say that the Black Heaven sect doesn't know how to treat its guests. Chu Kuangren laughed out loud as he plucked the guqin strings with all 10 fingers. Guqin music Taoist rhyme erupted, and the Descendant Self sword danced along with the guqin music. It shuttled back and forth around Chu Kuangren, and terrifying sword chi erupted one after another. The guqin music sword chi was majestic, and it shook the heavens and earth. Chu Kuangren sat down with his legs crossed. His sword chi continued to rumble, and his guqin music echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Countless cultivators were harvested like wheat, and blood dyed half of the Black Heaven sect's mountain entrance red. Chu Kuangren, don't you dare be so arrogant. At that moment, several figures dashed out from the ferry boat. These people were all great sages, and there were 4 of them in total. They came to Chu Kuangren's surroundings and stood in 4 different directions. Taoist rhymes circulated around their bodies, and a golden chi rose from them. Golden unity chi formation form. With a low roar, the Taoist rhymes on the 4 great sages resonated with each other, and mysterious runes formed in the void. A majestic Taoist rhyme pressed down on Chu Kuangren like a mountain. Oh, a formation? Chu Kuangren smirked. His 10 fingers plucked, and the guqin music Taoist rhyme gradually rose to a new height. Final 8 celestial demonic chords, grand note of silence. The final song was silent. However, the majestic Taoist rhyme and the invisible sound waves collided with the golden unity chi formation, and the 4 great sages could not help but tremble. The 4 of them were sent flying, but at the last moment, each of them unleashed a palm attack. For surges of palm chi converged in midair and turned into a giant dark yellow palm that descended from the sky towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren plucked the guqin strings, and the celestial demonic chord finale, grand note of silence, was played again. With a loud explosion, the Taoist rhymes collided and shook 1,000 miles. Clang! The guqin strings in Chu Kuangren's hands broke one by one under the impact. He looked down at the guqin and sighed. The power of the 8 celestial demonic chords is too much for a normal guqin to handle. You've been with me for so long, and it's only today that you can't handle it anymore. Chu Kuangren put away the guqin, and the Descendant Self sword that was circling around him returned to his hand. The moment the long sword was in his hand, the power of the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart erupted, and the 3 great Taoist physique transformations spread out. At the same time, the divine ferocious avatar formed behind him. His battle roar echoed in all directions. Countless surges of Taoist rhymes circulated around his body, and a divine radiance bloomed. The infallible tormented physique and transcendent coalescence were activated at the same time. Sage ruler in the ferry boat, don't just stand there and do nothing. Why don't we attack together? Chu Kuangren looked at the ferry boat and said, as you wish. A majestic palm energy blasted out from the ferry boat. Chu Kuangren unleashed a sword attack, and the power of his three great Taoist physiques tore the palm attack apart. His body stood still on the spot. The craggy ocean tower lord slowly walked out from the ferry boat. A sage ruler had attacked. Chu Kuangren activated his eye of revelation and instantly determined the identity and strength of the person in front of him. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Come, let me see what the sage ruler of the unknown lands is capable of. Chu Kuangren pointed his sword at the craggy ocean tower lord. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.